Okay. The call to order City Council meeting of December 3rd. To the allegiance. Okay, would you call?
Mr. Norris?
Here.
Ms. Smith?
Here.
Mr. Huja?
Yes.
Ms. Sakis?
Here.
Ms. Galvin?
Here.
Next is awards, recognitions, and announcements. Jim Tolbert. Jim, you're on.
What an entrance.
Walk-friendly community.
This is a fun thing I get to be here for. I think Mr. Jones sent you a notice about this, but a little publication came out just recently, Walk-Friendly Communities, and Charlottesville was identified in the rating. There are several levels. There's the platinum level, gold level, and silver level, and bronze level. And we actually scored a silver level. So we were recognized for the efforts that this city has made for pedestrians, and we have some room to grow, but there are only 3 communities in Virginia that were recognized, and so it's pretty good to be one of those. Alexandria was a silver, and Arlington was recognized as a gold level. So we want to shoot for the platinum level, but it's pretty good to be in this, recognized this way.
Absolutely.
And so we just wanted to make you aware of that. We've got a copy of these for you. We'll get one to each of you. And it's got a nice little write-up on every community, including us. Great little picture of the downtown mall. And there's some really interesting information in it about best practices for sidewalks, trails, and other pedestrian activities. So we can learn a little bit from the book, but we also get the pleasure of being recognized. So we just wanted to make you aware of that. And I think this speaks to the efforts that council has put in focus on improving our pedestrian network and our pedestrian activities over the last several years. So,
Tell Arlington, watch out. We're coming.
Thank you.
yes. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I have 2 announcements. First is about time capsule, about our celebration of 250th birthday. There will be time capsule burial ceremony at 2 p.m. on Sunday, December 23rd at Lee Park. So Sunday, December 23rd, Lee Park, 2 p.m. Please come and join us and be part of our history. Second, holiday market. We want to encourage people to shop locally in the holiday season, and there will be a holiday market from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday through December 22nd on Water Street parking lot. So you're welcome to do shopping there also. There's some other announcements.
Okay. I'd just like to announce the ribbon cutting for the Jefferson School City Center. It's been a long time coming. A lot of people have worked very hard to make it happen, and it's actually opening. It's going to be on December 11th, which is next Tuesday, I believe, at 10 a.m. So the public is invited. I hope you'll be there. And also just a notice that the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, which was scheduled to meet last week and was postponed, the meeting will be tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Mr. Norris?
Mr. Mayor, I believe we're going to be hearing about this in public comment as well, but I wanted to make sure that everybody's aware we do have a young person who is missing from our community. I know his family and his friends are very much concerned. If I could have, okay, good. I was going to ask the cameraman to focus real tight on this flyer here. Deshad Sage Smith has been missing since November 20th, 19 years old. If anybody knows anything about his whereabouts or the whereabouts of Eric McFadden, please call Crime Stoppers at 434-977-4000. There's also a very active Facebook page regarding Deshad's disappearance called Find Deshad Sage Smith. Please, anything that you may know, any information you have, please share it with us so that we can bring him home to his family and to his loved ones. Thank you. Also, I'm very pleased to announce a new initiative that our regional library is undertaking called the Fresh Start Program. This is thanks to one-time funding from the City of Charlottesville. All children who live in the city under the age of 18 are eligible to have all of their fines and fees on their public library accounts paid off in full at no cost to parent or child. So if any children would like to have take advantage of this one-time amnesty program opportunity, they need to get what's called a golden ticket, which is available at all city school libraries as well as other youth service organizations, and present that golden ticket to one of 3 library branches between December 22nd and January 6th to have their cards cleared, and they can present them at the Gordon Avenue Library, the Central Library downtown, or the Bookmobile. And again, that's between December 22nd and January 6th. It's a great opportunity for all Charlottesville children to have a fresh start with their local public library. And last, I wanted to move the appointment of a couple individuals to our Airport Commission, Mr. Gregory Edwards and Mr. William Kehoe.
I second.
Any discussion? Not vote? Thank you. Are there other announcements? Council or staff? Thank you. Next item on the agenda is matters by the public. As our procedures are, we allow for 12 speakers in the start. If there are more than that, at the end of the meeting, you'll have another chance to speak, and you're welcome to stay or come back as you like. But if you limit yourself to 3 minutes, we'll appreciate that. And I have a list here, sign list. The first one is Naomi Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Naomi Roberts, 1140 St. Clair Avenue. I'm back here again. I've been here since 2007 on Mickey Drive. It has not gotten any better. And if you will recall, some of you may be old enough to remember when 3 out-of-town students mistook Mickey Drive for a way to get to the Fashion Square Mall. However, there was a bridge that was overflowed because of a downpour. They were killed because there was no guardrail at the end of Mickey Drive. That was corrected, but 3 people lost their lives. And I remember being here since 1955. East High Street, Tarleton Oaks Service Station, and the light there, it took a minister's wife to get killed way back when, before that light was installed. Are you all going to let someone get killed at Mickey Drive before you do anything about that? Just this week, a tractor trailer came down there and almost hit a car. They will not pay any attention to those lines. It was a waste of money and waste of time. And I'd like to know what you all plan to do. At least have the police monitor the situation, be present there where the drivers can see them, and possibly, if they don't adhere to the traffic, pull them over and give them a ticket. Something has to be done because someone else is going to get killed. Now, another matter that I have is with the fees for the storm runoff. I'm not against the fees. However, what I am against is that we rebuild our infrastructure and we don't keep it up. An example, Belmont Bridge. I remember when that bridge was built. Nothing's been done to it. So it's falling apart, crumbling apart, costing taxpayers more money. The mall was bricked way back when. And my tax dollars had to pay for it to be redone. Are you all going to continue building and not keeping up our infrastructure? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Long.
My name is Paul Long, and I live at 1410 Grady Avenue here in the city. Mayor Uja and members of the City Council, a little bit over 2 years ago, I approached the council at a public segment section when the city had a $10 million surplus and asked the council to appropriate $3 million of that for agencies that were dealing with the homeless. Now, realistically, I didn't expect City Council to appropriate the $3 million. What I was hoping for was to open discussion on the city's response to the homeless situation. David Ben-Gurion, who was the first prime minister of Israel at the formation of the State of Israel, said that he had no need for Karl Marx and Marxism because he had the whole tradition of the Hebrew prophets. And the reason I'm mentioning that is in the Judeo-Christian tradition, with all due respect for people who are not part of that tradition, there's a great tradition of standing up for the defenseless and the homeless and feeding the hungry and housing people who have no housing. And I think that there's a mean-spirited feeling amongst many of the people in this country and in the city of Charlottesville for those who are unfortunate enough to find themselves homeless. And I don't see any long-term strategy, either nationally or in this city, to helping the homeless to get them out of that situation and get them into a place where they could lead a productive life. One of the greatest privileges of my life in Pennsylvania, where I was raised at, when you register to vote, you register by party. And I was very proud when I registered to vote to register as a member of the Democratic Party. I still consider myself a loyal Democrat, even though I run for office down here as an independent. And the Democratic Party that I am proud of is the party of Andrew Jackson, William Jennings Bryan, Franklin Roosevelt, Lyndon Johnson, and Robert Kennedy. And the Democratic Party of 40 and 50 years ago is not the Democratic Party of today. President Obama won re-election. Thank God he did. I contributed to his campaign. But all I heard was, we're fighting for the middle class. And thank God the Democratic Party is, because with the economic meltdown, the middle class needs people to defend them. But there was a time when the Democratic Party stood up for the people who were immigrants, who were homeless, who were down and out, and they were very proud to do that. I haven't heard the Democratic Party talking about doing stuff for the homeless and for the poor since Lyndon Johnson, and that should change. You know, Governor Romney was very mean-spirited in some of his comments, but unfortunately, he speaks for a great many Americans to our shame. No Americans should be living out in the streets. They should have housing. They should have adequate food and medical care, and it's incumbent upon this city council to start working in that direction as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that you people waited for your clapping after the finishing. That will be very, very helpful. It's not interrupting in the middle. So it's very kind of you. Because we have only 12 people who can speak and start, if you do not get a chance to speak, and if there's somebody speaking and you support them, at the end, please stand up to acknowledge that or clap, whatever you wish to do. Next speaker is Marco Brown.
Hello, City Council. My name is Marco Brown. I've been homeless and less fortunate for about a year and a half now. I want to express some issues and concerns I have about the panhandler ordinance the City of Charlottesville is trying to pass. Myself and many others in my situation know it's a violation of our constitutional rights, and at the same time we have tried to comply with the law of the land, and have yet to see some respect from the city and the citizens who are supposed to uphold the law. As we all know, the economy is still on the rise and jobs are very hard to come by. Although no one said it would be easy, myself and others in my situation don't expect it to be easy, just fair for everybody. I'm not proud and could never have imagined having to sit on the downtown mall and holding a sign just to make a few dollars so that I could feed myself and purchase the necessities I need to take care of myself in this hard time of not being able to have a job. May I say once again, jobs are truly hard to come by. I find myself having to humble myself to prepare for the war I have to face day to day. As sad as it sounds, yes, this is how I feel. I truly feel. I find that I have to set aside my pride just so I can do what is required of me while I hold my sign. It truly hurts when I see that more fortunate stare and disgust at the poor and to know that they hold so much hate for the less fortunate. For what reason, I don't know, but if I took a guess, it would probably be because they have never gone through the experience of trials we go through on a day-to-day basis. It feels like what one of my signs reads. Many may fear, but others don't know. The reality of the situation is some have never hit rock bottom, not knowing when the next dollar is coming their way, where they will get their next meal, or where they will lay their head down at the end of a long day just to get some needed rest, and to prepare themselves well-needed rest, and where they will find decent clothes to wear to go job hunting or to an interview. I'll be the first to admit, Charlottesville, we do indeed have a problem. The floor will not get clean if we sweep the dirt underneath a rug and pretend it's not there. And that is how I see the citizens of Charlottesville are doing if they pass the panhandling orders. Myself, among others in my situation.
So your time is up. If you can wrap it up, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Marshall.
Mayor Huge, sorry, Mayor Huge, City Council. My name is Amy Marshall, 1717 East Market. I am president of Charlottesville Pride Community Network, an organization representing the LGBT community in Charlottesville. Not quite 3 months ago, Charlottesville had its first ever Gay Pride Festival, along with over 1,000 members of this community, both gay and straight. Every single member of City Council was in attendance, so you guys know about that. I don't think that you maybe understand that your presence had an absolutely huge impact on our community. It sent the message that the leaders of the city not only care in their hearts, but they're willing to commit their time and their energy to actually show up. It was a fun festival filled with music, dancing, bouncing balloons, drag queens. One of the many people who attended and enjoyed this event was Dashad Smith, also known as Sage, a transgender teen from our community who has been missing now for 13 days. We are so grateful that you came to Lee Park on that day in September for the Pride Festival, but only one of you showed up to Lee Park last Wednesday for the vigil in support of finding Sage. Supporting LGBT equality in the city is not just about going to the fun events. Recently, 2 events have happened to the LGBT community. One was on November 15th, the UVA student attacked due to his perceived sexual orientation, and the other is the disappearance of Sage. We all appreciate the efforts by the police and the members of the community who showed up for the search party last Saturday, and to the vigils that have been held. And I'd like everyone who's here in support of Dashad, Sage, if you guys could stand up so that we can see who's here tonight. Thank you. You can sit down now. We are here because we feel there have been some missed opportunities. There is growing frustration and anger due to the perceived lack of priority placed on these events by the media, the police, and the city. People look to past cases of missing persons where the family had resources to hire a PR firm in order to keep the issue constantly out in front of the public eye. And they wonder if what this looks like is true, that we live in a city that poses as this liberal mecca, but when it comes down to it, privileges money, race, and social status. Do we live in a city where if you are not a person of privilege, whether due to your race, gender identity, sexual orientation, your socioeconomic status, that you will not get the equal treatment when a tragedy occurs? Are we second-class citizens? This leaves members of our community feeling less safe, less protected, and like they matter less overall. These perceptions of discrimination may be, and I hope they are, misperceptions, and if so, there needs to be better communication to that end. We need to know, and the individuals affected by these events need to know, we need to see and hear explicitly that there is concern for their suffering like there is for anyone else's, and empathy for this student and this teenager and their families. We need your... Can I just finish one more thing quick?
Please.
We need you to speak out and show that you care. There is still discrimination in our community. You just have to go online to see that people are still thinking that because this person was transgender, it makes sense that they are missing, and who cares? Okay? It's still out there. We need your leadership on this issue, and we need it for UVA as well. There's a rally tomorrow at 2 at UVA to end hate crimes of all kinds. And we would also, Charlottesville Pride is calling on all of you to put your resources behind a commission, that Human Rights Commission for Good, that seeks to end discrimination in our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Carpenter. Nancy Carpenter.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Carpenter. I live in Albemarle County. I have some comments for the councilors tonight, and also this issue carries over into Albemarle County as well to our supervisors. As City Council mulls over possible enhanced ordinances concerning behaviors that for some diminish the downtown experience, be aware that homeless individuals can and are fighting back on ordinances that are going too far. Charlottesville is welcome to join cities such as Salt Lake City, Utah, Phoenix, Arizona, Detroit, Michigan, San Francisco, California, and Grand Rapids, Michigan, among others, who have had their ordinances struck down and deemed overreaching. Charlottesville staff is considering ordinances similar to these. What these cities enacted were measures that moved homeless folks out of downtowns, tourist areas, or even out of the city. This appears to be what the city is considering based partly upon a questionable survey. It is easier to do this than grapple with poverty and homelessness issues. In my opinion, showing a sign is not threatening on its face and is a very passive method for asking for money. As I said previously, the potential for infringement of First Amendment rights is a slippery slope. If the city adopts ordinances that prohibit individuals from passively seeking donations, to me, it is unconstitutional. The Supreme Court has held simply because the public is uncomfortable with someone's message, the government cannot criminalize that person's speech. The right to beg is protected by the First Amendment. In 1980, the Supreme Court in Village of Schaumburg versus Citizens for a Better Environment recognized that charitable appeals for funds on the street or door to door involve a variety of speech interests, communication of information, the dissemination and propagation of views and ideas, and the advocacy of causes that are within the protection of the First Amendment. Lower courts, especially the Seventh Circuit, have held that people that panhandle for money cannot be distinguished from organizations asking for financial assistance. Just because seeing poverty is inconvenient or annoying is not a strong enough argument for this council to justify prohibiting certain kinds of speech. You cannot legislate your way out of this issue. And as an aside for Ms. Roberts, Culpeper about 30 years ago had a similar traffic issue with Route 29 North and the then shopping center called Dominion Square. They had a Belk Center. It was an unlighted intersection. There were lots of near misses. There were lots of comments at town council and to the state to please put a traffic light in there, please put a traffic light in there. And unfortunately, it took the death of a toddler at a T-bone type accident before that light was installed. In fact, that infant was decapitated, and there were a lot of first responder had to go through a lot of heavy-duty counseling because of the severity of that particular accident. So I hope that in the future the city and the state will get together and light that or do something with that intersection. So I do agree it is very dangerous for residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Scott Brandy.
Good evening. My name is Scott Bandy. I live at 1639 Cherry Avenue. You are probably now well aware about the news in the decision with the April 2nd set date special election for the constitutional office of city treasurer. Yes, even I have to confess I was rocked a bit by this news. Yes, this is something different outside what the rest of us are usually expecting from a one-party city-run government. For the sake of everyone's civic-minded capacity, I take this moment to thank Judge Hogshire for deliberating and reaching the decision he did in calling for this special election. Though mere words are insufficient, a citizenry at True Liberty deeply thanks him. Now, within the stopwatch seconds remaining, I turn my remarks toward this elected city council, the audience in both this hall and public access television. Now that the given expense and assured civil right for this special election must be held, I petition this council through the appropriate state legislative channels to arrange also for a referendum on the matter of electing candidates to city council. I would also humbly request that you ask the Commonwealth of Virginia's legislature to consider a multi-choice referendum between the choices of A, retaining elected councilors by at-large, B, electing councilors by mix of both at-large and at-wards, or C, electing councilors by just wards. I close by drawing attention to the fact I've been before you on several occasions. I remind three of you that of public duty, because I ran with you also in the election of 2011, as a matter of smart, citizen-focused government, as invoked by City Council's very own 2025 vision outline, I beseech you to, while the window in Richmond of the state legislature business is still open, to consider having the question of how we elect our city council brought forth on the ballot this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Vogel.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jeffrey Fogel. I reside at 215 Spruce Street here in the city. 7 months ago, I presented a proposal to this council to eliminate jail sentences from the offense of simple, mere possession of marijuana. At that time, the council was considering a resolution, part of which passed, calling on the state to consider decriminalization. But even the two people who voted against that resolution were interested in exploring a lessening of the sentences that were involved in the marijuana possession. Right now, under the state statute, you're subject to a 30-day sentence for your first offense for one simple joint, and for your second and subsequent offenses for one simple joint up to 12 months in prison. Now, I think there's nobody on this council who believes that people should go to jail for simple possession of marijuana. There were a number of concerns raised particularly by those members of the council who voted against that resolution. One was the message that we were sending to our young people by calling for decriminalization. Well, the message here is it's illegal. So any concerns you have about the message is resolved by this proposal because it does not do anything other than continue its illegality. There was a concern by Councilwoman Galvin that we focus on local issues. This is a local issue. This is not a bully pulpit. We're not asking you to pontificate, ask somebody else to do something. This is something within your power and, it is, in our view, your responsibility to take care of as well. And I think most of the members of the council, even those who opposed the resolution, agreed that jail time was inappropriate for simple possession of marijuana. And so I'm calling on the council, even though there's been deathly silence in these ensuing 7 months about this proposal, whether that was through administrative inadvertence, or perhaps even a purposeful desire not to reconsider this issue, even though most members of the council at that time indicated a desire to consider this very issue. So the proposal is very simple. the same as the state statute, much as about a dozen of our ordinances mirror precisely the state statute for the same conduct, and simply changes it from the state statute, which classifies this as an unclassified misdemeanor with a 30-day jail sentence and a 12-month jail sentence for any subsequent offense, and transforming that into a fourth-degree misdemeanor, which would eliminate the possibility of a jail sentence. It would still be a crime. The disability's attendance upon conviction of a crime would still be there. People would still lose their license or get limited licenses for 6 months. So the only change that this would affect would be the possibility of going to jail. So it's hard for me to imagine that there would be anybody here who thinks that people should go to jail. And then sometimes I think, well, maybe the feelings of some of the members of the council are, well, it's not going to happen to any of my friends. Well, maybe it doesn't happen to middle-class people who are mature. But I assure you it happens to young people and it happens to people of color, and you represent all of us, not just the middle class. So I urge you, I realize that you can't take it up tonight and it requires 3 readings and so on, but I'm here to urge you, as are a number of other people who are going to speak tonight, to put this back on the agenda and to consider this very simple proposal, which I think meets everybody's concern on this council. Thank you very much.
Jordan McNeish.
Jordan McNish, 2560 Beasley Lane. I'm here today to ask you to consider Mr. Fogel's proposal. Before I went to jail, I thought that only drug dealers or people with weapons actually went to jail for marijuana. I've since learned that's not the case. I had this misconception because very often offenders are cut slack, which in the case of marijuana possession means losing the right to drive for 6 months, having to pay for an SR-22, mandatory classes, and dishing out over $1,000. Other times, the judge makes an example of people and sentences the heaviest sentence possible. Virginia law allows police to assume that a person with more than a half ounce of marijuana is distributing it. This is akin to determining that a person with a case of beer intends to distribute it, since no reasonable person would consume it in one sitting. Colorado and Washington have just passed laws that legalize twice that quantity for personal consumption. One of you who opposed the resolution expressed concerns about sentencing guidelines and a willingness to look at Mr. Fogel's proposal. I don't know how long of a sentence the current guidelines permit, but I know that I was given a 5.5-year sentence, 6 months active. It could have all been active and will be if I'm to reoffend, as OAR statistics show 42% of those convicted for marijuana possession do. If I were a marijuana addict, which I am not, the Commonwealth's cure for me would be 5 years in prison. This is for possession. I do not know why the high rate of recidivism is used as evidence that marijuana smokers should be incarcerated. This statistic is evidence that either people don't realize they will go to jail for a second possession, or that they have an addiction issue that they may need to address. However, jails do not rehabilitate drug users. This issue needs to migrate from the realm of criminal justice to that of public health. Virginia locked me up with no attempt to rehabilitate me, save the looming threat of 5 years in prison. By losing my right to vote, I learned that this discussion is off limits in Virginia. Never mind that there was no aftermath, no one was injured. I was in jail with a man my age who killed someone while drunk driving, and his sentence was lower than mine. It's almost flattering that my right to vote was perceived as such a threat that it was taken away from me. However, I'd be kidding myself if I let that loss make me feel empowered. Please put Mr. Fogel's proposal on the agenda. It solves almost all of the issues that you guys expressed about the resolution. It prohibits marijuana and imposes a fine on violators. This does not send a message to kids that marijuana is okay. Some of you also said the resolution wasn't city business. Well, ordinance is city business. Also, from a racial perspective, as long as drug laws have been around, they've been enforced selectively, leaving a massive racial disparity in prisons. Eliminating custodial sentences for simple marijuana possession will help. Based on your objections to the resolution, all of you should be at least willing to consider Mr. Fogel's proposal. Please put it on the agenda.
Thank you. Brandon Collins.
Good evening, Brandon Collins, 418 Fairway Avenue. I'm actually here, as you can tell by my T-shirt, speaking on behalf of FAR, Public Housing Association of Residents. FAR is perhaps one of the most important organizations in the city of Charlottesville. We're one of the few that speaks loudly and powerfully for low-income people in our community, and particularly people who live in public housing. Just a quick note to all of you who are here who aren't related to FAR, that all our sisters and brothers in the LGBTQ community and in the homeless community, and those of you who want some kind of sense of justice out of our drug laws, that your struggle is our struggle, and we stand with you. And we're going to ask you to stand with us today. We're here, FAR has been around since 1998. We're a very strong and well-known organization nationally. And cool thing about FAR is that we are recognized by the Housing Authority, and HUD actually specifically says that the Housing Authority has to recognize us and has to negotiate with us and work with us and communicate with us to make a better situation for people in public housing. CRHA has failed to meet that requirement, and that is a federal requirement. And I think you all may know already that public housing in Charlottesville is in turmoil, and it's been that way for the last 9 months. I would encourage all of you to go back and watch some of the videos of past CRHA meetings. I would encourage you to find the minutes for past resident services meetings and look at what kinds of things have been brought up by residents to the Housing Authority about the administration and the executive administration of public housing in Charlottesville. And you will see that the same problems keep coming up over and over and over again, and they are not being addressed. There are so many of those things and so much bad feelings in the public housing community that we cannot list them all. I do have a list of some of these things, problems with the administration of public housing. And we come to you, we know you don't have a whole lot of power, but you've got a whole lot of influence. You appoint those members of the CRHA board who we've come to consistently to ask for help in dealing with the executive situation with public housing, and we would like you to get involved. Some of you have heard about our concerns, and they have failed to hold any of their staff accountable to anything. They've failed to hold themselves accountable to residents, and they've failed to provide just the smallest bit of dignity to residents of public housing. Some of these issues, and I will send you this list, but consistently approaching policy without consulting the Resident Advisory Board, which is FAR. They have done a great deal of attempting to mess with other tenants organizations and tenants groups and specific members of FAR. There's been retaliation. There's been no response to issues brought up in Resident Services Committee meetings. We have a large number of policy changes that have gone into effect without any consultation with FAR, and in fact, without any consultation from the CRHA board. And we're asking you to do something about this. We ask for change, fundamental change in executive leadership at the CRHA, and we would like to see restructuring of the CRHA. And all of those who want to see justice and fairness in public housing in Charlottesville, I would ask to stand up. And we want to change, and we think you can help. Thanks.
Thank you. Lonnie Worth.
Good evening. My name's Lennis Worth, and I have a statewide drug policy organization, and I'm here to comment on the marijuana issue for you. And I want to compliment you all on how these meetings are conducted. It's really good. I want to share with you some of the results from jurisdictions that have liberalized through initiative or other ways their marijuana laws. In the states that have had marijuana liberalization initiatives, they have had a reduction in suicides, reductions in auto fatalities, and they have also found, now the latest information is as much as a 20% reduction in youth arrests for whatever reason. I think they're myriad and multifaceted, but these are excellent outcomes, and I think that it's connected to what I was saying before when I was here a few months ago, that you can wag your finger at children and you can say we don't want to send the wrong message, but there's a certain point at which that Pandora's box becomes the issue. But we're seeing excellent results from liberalizing marijuana laws, and I think that this proposal that you have before you really does answer the concerns that you mentioned. Now, I see this as a continuing conversation that we should all have, because there's lots of facets to it. And one of the things that was brought up in the last meeting was the issue of schizophrenia. Since then, I did a little bit of research, and we found out that the schizophrenic persons who actually have used marijuana are less likely to commit suicide or have serious negative outcomes. So we don't see we don't see increasing numbers of schizophrenic cases with increasing numbers of marijuana use. So that's a huge open question, and after the last meeting, I emailed some information about that to you, Ms. Gavlin, and I hope you read it. And what I want you to do, I urge you to do, is to read the information that I send forward to you, because I intend to do that so that we have all the facts on the table and we really know what we're doing, because we do need to be careful. But I think that be careful in this case involves not putting people in prison or incarcerating them for very minor offenses and reserving those sanctions for more serious offenses. So I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank
Have
you
a
very
very good
much.
evening.
Deidre Gilmore.
Good afternoon. My name is Deirdre Gilmore, and I live at 613 Hinton Avenue. I want to talk about what's going on with our housing authority. I'm coming here because we've been going before the Housing Authority Board, complaining, and things aren't changing. I know there was a time where the Housing Authority was under the city, and I think that's where it needs to be, because it's just not working. We need new leadership. We have people that are hurting. And if you think you have a problem now with homelessness, if someone don't step up and change what's going on, we're going to have a bigger problem here in Charlottesville. I also want to talk a little bit about Marco, because I sat here in these chambers and I remember people coming talking about the homelessness on the mall. That was on a Monday. Y'all talked about how people sat around on the benches and they was bagging. By Friday, it was on the news. Y'all went down and the benches were removed to keep the homeless people off of the mall. So if you can do that in a number of 5 days, and we've been talking about our housing authority probably 5 years, and nothing has been done, then I know that something can be done. I know that things need to change, because I look at him, and I also said here, and I heard y'all talk about jobs. Ambassador for the mall, why not take a homeless person and give them that job? What better person to be an ambassador for the mall than a homeless person? You also talk about someone picking up trash. Give them a chance. Give people a chance. Then once they come up, then they can reach back and they can help someone else. You know, the only thing they're asking for is a chance. Nobody is asking for a handout. They want a handout. So I feel like if, with all the money and the influence that we have here in Charlottesville, all the pain and suffering that's going on with the low-income community, with the homelessness, it should not be happening. Because what you need to think about is, if it was you, how would you feel? And I always quote this proverb. It's 21:13 that says, "Whosoever stoppeth his ears at the cry of the poor, he also shall cry himself, but shall not be heard." Have a blessed evening.
Last speaker is Shamiko. Shimon, please come forward.
Hello, I am Shamora Cooper, and I reside at 713 F 6th Street, Charlottesville, Virginia. And I also, too, would like to come today and just talk about the leadership of the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority. from my understanding, the council appoints the people that sits on the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority Board. And I just think that that needs to be revisited, because we've been coming back time after time expressing our concerns about the Housing Authority, because right now the Housing Authority is at the all-time worst. Families are being broken apart. Confidentiality has been broken. People are being homeless, and nothing is being done, and nobody's being heard. We talk month after month saying the same thing, and we just feel like we're at a point where we're tired. We need change. We come every month, we say the same thing over and over, and it's almost like we're a broken record. So I really hope that the City Council can take a look and just go back and revisit the minutes, and hopefully that maybe y'all could have a word with the board and just let them know that we are people and we would like to be treated as so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody who would like to speak again, we need to wait till the end of the meeting. And you have another chance to speak. Yes, sir.
I'm from out of town, and if you could just give me 1 minute, because this is the gentleman's grandmother, she's sick.
Okay.
So if I could just get 1
Please
minute.
go ahead.
My name is Kenneth Jackson. I live at 317 High Rock Road in Rice, Virginia. I'm born and raised here. Moved 8 years ago after my daughter graduated Charlottesville High School with an advanced honors diploma. One time I was proud of Charlottesville. I can tell you in Prince Edward County, that's all I ever bragged on, is how we should be like Charlottesville. But I can't brag on Charlottesville when my little 19-year-old cousin is missing. I've been told, well, when the Harrington girl went missing, her family had money. You shouldn't have money for the law to do what it's supposed to do. I've known Chief Longo when he first came here. Chief, the police department has not done what it needs to do to find our child. This is not the first child. I've had a 14-year-old cousin on Little Woodfall who's been missing for years. This makes no sense. Is it because they're black? Is it because they're poor? Because that's the only thing I see. And I've been in the city a lot longer than some of you. My family's been in this city. They helped build this city and this county. I called your office, Mayor Jones. You don't return people's calls. I've got news for you. Even if I don't live here, when I come in this city, you're a part of this state. I'm a citizen of the Commonwealth. I should feel just as safe. My daughter still lives here. My niece still lives here. The rest of my family lives here. If this young man can go missing and we don't call in the state police, the FBI, and any other resources we can to find them or to find any of our other missing children, how dare you? You're the leaders of this community. And I've got news for you. Your gay community, which I'm a part of too, your black community and your poor community are not feeling safe. And make no mistake, just like you got elected, they'll vote you out. As a Democrat, I have never seen this committee so unreflective of the citizens. We've always had blacks, we've always had minorities, we've always had whites, and we've always had women. We look like the Democratic Committee. What happened in 8 years? What happened? Did blacks not become good enough for you? Were we not educated enough for you to sit right there with you? Because you came in as city planner.
Yes, sir.
You helped build this city. Keep it together. Bring it back to what it was. Most of all, find Dashad Smith.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's time for comments by city council members.
I'll start. I'd like to first comment, maybe before they leave. One thing that I would like to clarify is that I have been thinking a lot about Dashad say in the past week. I was out of town when the vigil happened, and I did not know about it. I think several of us didn't know about it. So I'm sorry that we weren't there, but we can't read minds, and so if people tell us about things, it helps. But we will certainly be there when we know. And I think that we really do, my prayers and thoughts are with the family and with the whole community, because this is a horrible thing that's happened. So, just to kind of keep going, let's see. I guess I have a lot of things I could say, but I won't. I appreciate, Mr. Brown, what you said about the floor doesn't get clean if we sweep the dirt under the rug. I think that that's true. I think when we talk about issues of free speech and free assembly on the downtown mall, they're guaranteed by the Constitution for a reason. I think if they didn't sometimes get unpleasant, we wouldn't need a Constitution to protect those rights. And I think that that's something that I believe very strongly in, is the right of the people to assemble, the right of the people to speak, and I will continue to defend those rights as often as I can. So thank you for being here. Let's see. And I will also say that about the marijuana possession plea, I was one of the folks who was not particularly inclined to consider taking away jail time for marijuana. It's not that I think people should be in jail for marijuana. In fact, there are a lot of things that people are in jail for that I don't think people should be in jail for. But I've been concerned about the fact that in order to get marijuana, you're buying it from criminals. It's an illegal act, and it worries me if it's not a state thing, because I do support looking at state laws of decriminalizing marijuana. But I've got to say that some of the talk today compelled me to reconsider. I can't say I've come all the way, but I would be interested in considering that at some point in the future. And I think I may have been the third voice needed to make that something that we might bring to our council. It's not that I'm ready to vote yes, so we might want to take our time in getting it on the agenda, but I'm at least thinking about it. And actually, to Ms. Gilmore, when you mentioned that the homeless folks or people who need jobs should be hired as ambassadors, that's exactly what I had pictured. Not necessarily homeless people, but people who really need jobs. It's not a super high-skilled, you don't have to have a college degree to be an ambassador. You just need to be good with people, and you need to know the city. And so I would encourage people who do need a job to look at that as a position, because it's exactly what it's for. And I also just wanted to say that for years I've thought that we need child care at City Council. And your children, of course, are welcome in this room anytime, and they're being really, really good. But it would be great if we did have child care. So that's something that I think we can keep looking at as a possibility. But thank you for bringing your kids and for making the effort to come out, because it's important. And I know it's kind of a pain sometimes when you have to bring the whole family, but thanks for making the effort.
Other council members?
Let me start with Naomi Roberts. As you may recall, I have supported a stoplight at that intersection for quite some time, and I was pleased to hear recently that it is something that the staff is now looking into and has at least tentatively allocated some funding for, so that we might finally see a stoplight there, because I agree it's very important. In terms of folks who have come forward tonight, as they've come forward in the recent past to talk about homelessness and panhandling on the mall, I would just reiterate once again, from my perspective, as I told, I think, Nancy Carpenter in an email today, if people are uncomfortable viewing homelessness and poverty, the answer isn't to try to sweep it under the rug and to hide it. It's to redouble our efforts to fight homelessness and poverty. Really, the focus should be on behaviors, and if there's threatening and harassing behaviors going on, regardless of who's perpetuating those behaviors, that's where I want to see the focus, and not stigmatizing or criminalizing one segment of the community over another, or at all. Let's see here. I am in full agreement with Mr. Fogel and Mr. McNish and others who have spoken about this opportunity that we have to address, I think, what in 20 or 30 years is going to be perceived as a great injustice, the way that we perceived, prohibition now and back in the 1920s. I think future generations are going to perceive the way that we treat marijuana now and incarcerate so many of our citizens for simple possession of a drug that's actually less dangerous than alcohol in many ways. And the fact that we're filling our jails and filling our prisons with people whose crime was possession of this drug, which the majority of Americans now feel should be legalized, I think is going to be perceived as a great injustice and a great waste of resources and of human capital and human potential. And so I am in full support of anything that we can do on the local level. I know it is primarily not a local issue. It's primarily a statewide issue and even more so a federal issue, but anything that we can do on the local level with regard to our own ordinances to move us in a better direction, I'm in full support. And thank you to the members of FAR who've come forward tonight. It's absolutely important that everybody in our community be treated with dignity and respect, and that's clearly not happening right now. And that's we need change. We need change in the way things are going with the Housing Authority, and so thank you for speaking up. Let's see. And again, I'm in full support of anything that we can do as a community to bring Deshad home. Thank you for coming to speak tonight. I know his family. I've spoken to his mother and his grandmother and others who care about his well-being and his safety, and we really do hope that he comes home soon.
Go next. Well, there's not a lot to add. I agree with everything I've heard. Ms. Roberts, I cringe every time I go by that intersection, and I, too, look forward to a solution, a better solution than we've had. Mr. Brown, thank you for coming. You're always so incredibly pleasant and friendly on the mall, and I've often noted that, and I really thank you for that. And in terms of and Mr. Long, in terms of our resources, we really are a city rich in resources. We might not have enough, but I think we've really got to try harder so that people can access them and know what is available. I would love to see a better, more comprehensive way of people being able to find out, even just, somebody helping somebody who's homeless or in need, or in any other particularly emergency situation, to key in a few words and have all the resources that are available and how to access them. Really, it's so much of it is about getting them, then just as important as making sure that we have enough. Mr. Bandy, I actually agree with you. I think we need a better geographic distribution of elected officials, and whether that's a referendum or not, that's an interesting idea. And I'm totally in support of the liberalizing the marijuana laws, and whatever we can do. I know we've had consultation about it. I apologize for not being able to bring it right up into my memory banks, but definitely we'll see what we can do about that. Now that it looks like we might have consensus on it, or enough. And thank you, FAR, for being here. It's always so important to hear your voices, and I love your shirts. They're so bright and cheerful. So thanks for being here.
Yes. Yes, Ms. Roberts, I agree, and I am very happy to hear that we're going to be moving towards another solution for Mickey Drive. That was always viewed as a test, as an interim, and it's not working. With regards to everybody that came out in support of Deshad, again, as Ms. Zako said, myself and Ms. Smith, three of us were out of town, and we were in a conference, and did not know anything about it. Very, very sorry about what happened, and I have actually a lot of faith in our police department that they are in fact doing all they can We are all committed to finding Dashad. And again, our sympathies go out to you. Mr. Fogel, yeah, at that time when we were talking about marijuana, I was very concerned about the sentencing. I was very concerned about the mixed messages. I do think we're going to have troubles passing anything that's going to be in keeping with state law. I'm willing to look at it, but I also challenge our council to make sure that we create a campaign to insist upon the dangers of marijuana use among our young people, similar to what we've done against smoking cigarettes. It is not child's play. Absolutely not. So yes, I understand to imprison people for this, we need to reconsider. But we cannot give the message that it is okay for young children to use this substance when we are trying to get kids to focus and stay committed and to grow in school. I'm very, very firm about that. But I do appreciate the fact that you've come up with a solution that addresses everyone's concerns. Mr. Collins and Ms. Smith, I think I relayed to you that I am going to be going on a tour of the public housing sites with Ms. Dunn to get a sense of what's really going on myself. As an architect, I think I have a particular kind of perspective to bring to bear on this. And Ms. Smith, if you would like to take me along. Oh, sorry.
This is
It's Deidre. It's the Deidre part. I am so sorry. Anyway, Ms. Gilmore. I'll call it. If we can get together, that would be great, because I do want to see what the physical issues have been as well. And then I think the one thing I do want to end on by talking about the what we're trying to do on the downtown mall. And I think at the last meeting there were some very, very harsh statements made, and myself and another counselor actually singled out and told point blank that we could not possibly know anything at all about poverty. And I want to kind of set the record straight. Just because someone is a professional and someone is sitting on council doesn't mean that they did not grow up in poverty. I did. I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like to have barely a roof over your head. There was no AHIP in Brockton, Massachusetts. My father was disabled. He was a disabled vet. But because he was Irish American, it was automatically assumed his liver disease was not caused by diseases contracted in the Pacific as a veteran, but that it was because he was an Irish American. My mother, on a nurse's salary, school nurse's salary, raised us. My brother and I kept us afloat. There is many of us who have a first-hand understanding of what poverty means. And I constantly am striving to work to improve the opportunities in our community, just like my fellow counselors, because I know what it feels like. Having said that, I've worked many jobs, from as a kid picking up bottles to get refunds to cleaning people's houses, as a teenager working on assembly lines, working in restaurants. I have worked with many people of color, many people in poverty, and I cannot accept in my heart of hearts that they would accept vulgarity, that they would accept menacing behavior in their children or in themselves. My parents certainly didn't, and we were poor. So we've talked about slippery slopes. It's a very slippery slope to begin to equate poverty, people of color, homeless people, with certain aberrant behaviors, because it's not true. Our policy is a balance. We're trying to strike a balance between compassion and setting high standards. If we don't set standards, if we begin to differentiate our standards between groups of people on the basis of race, class, whether they live in a house or not, That smacks to me of this concept called the soft bigotry of low expectations. We don't accept that in our classrooms. We don't accept that in our workplace. We don't accept that in this council chamber. And we don't accept it on our downtown mall, our public place. It is for everybody, a peaceful place for everybody, regardless of class, race, religion, gender orientation. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I agree with most of the comments of the members of the council. Just wanted to address Mr. Long. I understand his concern for homeless. I think in the last few years, City Council has done a fair amount, building 30 units for homeless and many other programs. So I'm sure more can be done, but I don't think it is. We have made some efforts along those lines. Any other comments from anybody else? No? Thank you. Next item on the agenda is consent agenda. Would you read the agenda?
Item A, minutes for November 19th. Item B, an appropriation FY 2012 year-end appropriation, second of two readings. Item C, an appropriation 2012 Edward Byron Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, $28,386, second of two readings. Item D, an appropriation Federal Realty Sponsorship Agreement, Police Patrol at Barracks Road Shopping Center, $30,000, second of two readings. Item E, an appropriation Charlottesville Area Transit Project Landscape Performance Bond Release, $13,621.86, second of two readings. Item F, an appropriation of FY 2013 transit grants, second of two readings. Item G, an appropriation of Runaway Shelter Emergency Shelter Program Grant, $212,444, second of two readings. Item H, an appropriation 2013 Department of Motor Vehicles Virginia Highway Safety Grant, $18,975, second of two readings. Item I, an appropriation and reimbursement to city for Comcast Celebrate 250 donation, $5,000, second of two readings. Item J, an appropriation to Albemarle County reimbursement for the Gordon Avenue Library Masonry Project, $3,452.25, first of two readings. Item K, Albemarle County reimbursement for the Central Library Elevator Replacement Project, $8,906, first of two readings. Item L, an appropriation aid to localities fire disbursement fund, $116,218, first of two readings. Item M, an appropriation and a resolution. Funds for the Human Services Planner, $63,766, first of two readings, and resolution to dissolve the Commission on Children and Families, first of one reading. Item N, a resolution Dominion Power easement across Darden Tow Park, first of one reading. Item O, an ordinance abandonment of gas easement near Dunlora subdivision, second of two readings. Item P, an ordinance Ivy Creek Natural Area Tenant House Lease Agreement, second of two readings. Item Q, an ordinance zoning text amendment medical labs, first of two readings. Item R, zoning text amendment request for bar housekeeping code changes, first of two readings.
Ms. Smith has asked that item M be removed from the consent agenda for further discussion, so we'll put it at the end of the meeting. Are there any other items the members of the council would like to remove from consent agenda?
Actually,
Item M.
I was actually just wondering, Ms. Smith,
I'm sorry.
I noticed that on item M, because I had a couple of questions about it as well, the first part is the first of two readings, and I was going to suggest that we just take it off for the next meeting, but if you have a trouble with both of the parts, it makes sense to take it off.
I do, actually.
Okay,
Can we
that's
just,
fine.
yeah, if we
That's
could,
fine.
I don't think it'll take long, and maybe we can.
I don't want to remove minutes from agenda, but there are corrections in the minutes which says I was opposed to. You got it? Okay.
You might say it out loud anyway, just to make sure people know.
I was not opposed to ambassador. I was opposed to funding a new position in the city for advocate. So are there any other items on the consent agenda which you would like to remove?
I'll move that the consent agenda be approved with the taking out of item M.
Is there a second?
Second?
Is there a discussion? If not, vote. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing and noise ordinance report. Jim Tolbert.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. This is an item that was on your agenda back in August of this year. We had brought you a potential change to the noise ordinance to up the penalties based on conversations with neighbors in the University Circle and Venable neighborhood. related to some issues they were having with noise from parties and activities in their neighborhood. After a great deal of discussion at that meeting, it was suggested that because we were also making some changes in policy and procedure that the police department were going to implement, that you not take action, so you deferred any action in August, and you asked that we come back to you in December and talk about what the impacts had been of those changes. And quite frankly, what we're, the bottom line of what we're here for tonight is to tell you that we probably haven't had enough time to truly gauge what those changes are. What we can tell you is based on the data from 2009 through 2012, the number of calls is down from 2011. There were 312 total calls in 2011. They're down to 264 for the same period of mid-August until November 8th, August 15th
So
to
each of
November 8th.
these is just August to November for each of those years?
This data is from August
That
15th
wasn't
to November
clear.
8th.
Okay, thanks.
Right, everything, and all the data there is the same period of time, so it's apples to apples comparison. There was some confusion in the report because the number of calls is down. I made a mistake and said the number of verified calls is up. I was looking at the wrong columns. It was non-verified, but the number of verified calls is essentially the same also, and actually is down. It's essentially the same as 2009, 2010, but pretty down from the period of before that. And
Can you explain what verified means?
I will. Chief Longo is joining
Right here.
us somewhere and
Right
is
here.
here. And if I mess it up, Chief is able to jump in. But essentially, verified means they got there and there was noise, but it may not have risen to the level of being a violation of the noise ordinance. So they got there and they found that there was something that would have generated that call, but it didn't necessarily rise to the level that would, when they put the meter on it, that would rise to the level of a violation. You got some extra data today that Mr. Jones sent out, and what the police have done, there's been a great deal of cooperation and a great deal of conversation with the students in the university that the police have done. And the university actually provided an extra meter. They purchased and provided an extra noise meter for the police. And when the police got their policy in place and the meter, and they started the policy of issuing written warnings, it was mid-October before that happened. And so the numbers are, we don't have enough time on that, but it appears the reason you only have 31 warnings is that the violations that would cause that warning were issued in beginning in mid-October. And so that's when the tickets were in place. That's when they started the actual, when they arrived on the scene, if somebody was in violation of the ordinance, they would issue a warning first. And if they went back the second time, as I said, with the new policies and procedures, then that address would be issued a violation notice. So the number of arrests or violations that have been issued is up from 3 in 2011 to 11 over the same time period. So pretty substantial increase for a short period of time of the number of tickets given. And as I said, Chief is here, can completely explain or answer any questions you've got about the details, but I think the bottom line is we wanted to make the report to you tonight and provide the police here to provide any information. We're not asking you to adopt this ordinance at this time. We did meet with the president of the Venable Neighborhood Association last week and talk about the plan, and the intent was that we would not ask for you to adopt the ordinance, but that we would suggest that we continue throughout this school year and see how things go with the new processes in place, and then at the end of the year make an evaluation and meet with the neighborhood and see where we are. So that's what we're here for.
Would Chief like to add something before we have a public hearing?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I would add, members of council, the numbers are slightly up from what Mr. Tolbert indicated. It was actually, I believe, 12 arrests or citations and 33 warnings. So when we went back to scrub the numbers, we actually found where there were additional citations, another way for saying arrests, and also warnings that resulted. I would just say that, as you can see from the information we provided you with, this really is a work in progress, and we're putting our best foot forward by looking at our practices, our procedures, the way we we handle these calls, and want to do so in concert with both the Venable neighborhood and also the university community to make for a quieter neighborhood, but we want to go about it in a way that's just and fair to all the parties involved.
Are there any questions for these two gentlemen before we open public hearing?
I have real kind of straightforward definition questions.
Sure.
On the list of violations, what does no UU mean? What's a UU?
It's above my pay grade. That's one of those crime analyst technical questions. I really believe it means there was no action taken.
Okay. Well, except that a lot of them were unfounded UU.
Once again, you're asking something I can...
Because it's really hard for us to look at this and tell if, when you said that verified just means that there was noise, but it may not have been in violation, we don't have any way of knowing if they were in violation from this.
Well, we can assume that if there was a violation, there was either a citation or a warning.
But there's nothing on here that says if there was a citation or
The
a
reason for that is there's only certain ways that the ECC will allow us to close a call or provide a disposition. One of the ways is to say that we've gotten there, it was verified, and there was either action taken or no action taken, was unfounded. And what we're going to try to do as we move forward is actually have the officer note in the call history. Now, it's going to require us to go back and look at each individual call, but actually note in the call history that they verified noise existed, that they actually took a noise reading and what that reading was,
that it was in violation or not.
and whether it was a violation or not. Right now, with the way that we're able to code the calls, we're not able to capture that information.
So
There's only
code
so many ways in which to code it.
236 doesn't mean anything about the disposition?
I'm sorry?
There's the next column is code. It says either 3 or 2 or 6 or 5. That's...
Captain?
I need a translator. Yes, those are the codes. So codes,
Code 5 and 6 would be unfounded, not verified. Code 1 would be arrest. Code 2 would be arrest. Code 3 would be the verified, but no report or no summons or arrest issued.
Okay, but verified is in, it was in violation or just that there was something?
Just that there was something.
Okay, so 1 and 2 means clearly
Arrest
there's a
or
violation.
summons, yes.
Okay. And a warning isn't?
A warning could be, a warning would be 1 or 2.
Okay, thank you. That's actually very helpful.
It probably would have been more helpful to actually put that legend in the report that we did.
Yeah.
And I apologize that we didn't.
Because I noticed that, like, well, that's part of discussion. I'll wait.
So are there any
Thank you.
questions, clarifications before we go to public hearing?
And so we're basically just dealing with like a month's data, right? Since
Yes.
we didn't have the machines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, ma'am, but a little over a month.
Okay.
Okay.
And I
6 to 8
just have a
weeks.
funny question.
Sure.
When you say arrest, are people actually arrested and taken somewhere?
No, a citation could be an arrest.
Okay.
A
That's
speeding
called an
ticket's a form
arrest.
of an arrest by
Okay.
citation. Yes, ma'am.
They're charged with something.
They're charged. Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay.
It's not a custodial arrest.
We have public hearing. I'll open the public hearing on this item. John Room, 350 14th Street.
He had to leave, so he won't be speaking.
Okay, Andrew Johnson.
How are y'all? My name's Andrew Johnson, 29 University Circle. There's a bunch of guys here from the IFC, the Interfraternity Council, who have come to talk a little bit about different aspects of this noise ordinance and how its effects, and just an all-around view from a few different viewpoints. My role, I'm the VP for Judiciary, which essentially means any judicial matters with 28 fraternities, 1,500 men, I take care of them. So I've gotten pretty used to dealing with fraternities when they're in trouble. And but a lot of what we do isn't necessarily reactive, it's proactive. We take a lot of steps to prevent problems from coming up. Noise is kind of a tough one because noise is not something that can be easily handled. But we revamped our trash enforcement policy, and it's been a tremendous success. We haven't had any trash complaints since very early in the year, and the new policy has been well received in the sense that it makes it a little easier for everybody, and it will continue to be enforced in the same way, and it will be passed down. And so that's now going to be part of the IFC's policies. And also, I can talk. I've sanctioned a lot of fraternities for various, actions to, different levels of severity. And I usually consider three main factors whenever I'm trying to produce a sanction for a fraternity, and I found these three factors work very well. First of all, you had to consider the severity. Obviously, there's going to be a huge range of things from fights to, breaking objects to all sorts of different stuff. You got to consider the severity. The second thing you really need to consider, and I think this is the most important, is the underlying cause of the problem. And then the third thing is, what's the best way to fix the underlying cause? This noise ordinance does not address the underlying cause. This simply addresses a symptom of the underlying cause. And the underlying cause in this particular situation is neighborhood relations. The neighborhood relations have been strained in the past, and we've been working proactively to help make those better. And I think they've been strained in a sense because there's been a lack of communication, there's tenuous trust, and also there's been a lack of respect in the past. And we understand that, and we've been taking proactive measures, and they've been well received by a lot of neighbors that I've talked to. And going forward, we will continue to take those proactive measures, even through the new people who will take our positions. And then also, the noise is a symptom of that problem, but also by addressing the neighborhood relations issue, you're not only addressing noise, you're also addressing trash, you're also addressing just respect for your neighbors. You're going to create a better community. And right now, the noise ordinance is actually going to be a step back for us, because we're going to have to deal with frustration from the students, and that's just going to worsen the neighborhood relations from our point of view. The way we see it, the current ordinance that's in place, we've noticed it has been enforced in a much bigger way than any other time in the past, and people have taken note of that. We've taken actions, and some of the other guys, I'm not going to get into the actions they've taken, but there's been a huge call to action, and it's been received by all the members, and we will continue to do that. So, I challenge you to work with us in improving neighborhood relations, because I see that as the best possible way to resolve this whole situation, and it will harm the least people, and it will work out for everybody, I think, in the long run and in the short run. So I hope you all consider that. Thank you.
Andrew Goldberg.
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Andy Kohlberg. I'm a fourth year at the university, 21-year resident of Charlottesville, elementary, middle school, high school, stuck it out at UVA, and I'm currently the interfraternity council president right now. I wanted to touch on a couple different things. First of all, we just wanted to come forward and say thank you for allowing the students in on this. We haven't really felt like we've had a voice yet, and this is a great opportunity for us because we have been working on this all semester long. This has been really our only focus, frankly. And we recognize that there is a problem here, but we also recognize that community relations and building those community relations is the way out of this problem, not by putting on additional violations to potentially send somebody to prison for just a noise over 55 decibels, which on a decibel reads as it's office noise or slight kind of water falling. So that's from the road, not in the house. We're not saying that's a noise in the house. A few things I wanted to touch on first, though, is just the communication that we've built with the neighbors. I've sat down with the president of the Venable Neighborhood Association, the U Circle Neighborhood Association. We have had meetings with all of them, gone to their meetings. We had a big one over at U Circle where we had all the students who lived there communicating with each other. And it's gotten much better. But the feedback that we've got at these meetings has been excellent. We put in a lot of measures at first, as soon as we heard about this in the beginning of the year, and they've really, really worked. The student body has specifically the fraternity student body, has united behind these. Just to list a few, we've redone our party patrol process, we've updated our trash pickup. No parties are outside now, all are inside. That's a massive change since when I arrived at the university. Windows are always shut, no bands are outside. We have even used mattresses to cover the windows inside. You laugh, however, the fire department was very, very, very mad at us because had anything gone wrong, that would have been a very big disaster. And that is just an effort to to kind of stop frustrating our neighbors. But we are the social scene at UVA, and that is something that, frankly, employers value. When I got my job this summer, I was told explicitly that one of the reasons that I got my job was because I could interact with people. And having a social life at UVA is not just about throwing big parties. What it is about bringing people together. And that's an opportunity we don't want to lose just because a sound is slightly above 55 decibels. Unfortunately, this year we have had tailgates for the football games in the middle of daylight, alumni events, things like that have been shut down. And a lot of alumni really feel very strongly about this. However, the reaction from the neighbors that we've got has been unbelievable. At every single meeting, they have said that we were doing very, very well. They said that they have seen a major difference this year, and they're looking forward to working with us in the future, which is something that is very, very pleasing to me. And it's one of the biggest reasons why I don't think that putting through extra violations is really going to help the situation. I think that allowing us to work with the neighbors is really going to help the situation. Communication dives, beneficial change. Increased penalties are only going to break up this system, drive fear, anger, and distrust. And finally, I just wanted to quickly comment that in some of these meetings, every single meeting I asked, what are some things we can be doing as fraternities and as students that could be helpful for you? Sorry, I'm not speaking to this. That could be helpful for you guys. What can we do? What more than what we're doing right now? How are you feeling? And almost every single time that I asked that question, the answer was, we're very, very happy with what you guys are doing. We're very impressed. The change has been big, and we don't really have any practical suggestions for you right now. One suggestion I will say, I've had a lot of meetings with Lottie, and she's been very, very helpful, and we've tried to implement many of her suggestions. But the last meeting that I had with her, she said the exact same thing, that it had changed very much, and there has been a lot of good that has been done. And we believe that that is something that we can build off of for the future, instead of putting violations on that are really going to break up what builds UVA, what is special about UVA, which is that we are social, but we're also smart. We can go out into the world and do good. And that's something that I believe that this noise violation would really, really kind of break up the community for. So thank you very much. I'm sorry for taking too much of your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask just an informational question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Sorry.
In terms of the changes that you put in place, what kind of reassurance can you give us and give the neighborhood that these aren't going to go away after the school year? Like, what kind of permanence or sustainability do you have behind these changes?
No, absolutely, and that's something that we've been thinking quite a bit about, because it's very easy for us to kind of say in this situation right now we're going to do this. Currently we're going through the transition process where presidents who have been working with us the whole entire time, who fundamentally understand the issue, will now be stepping out and letting the third years, natural progression go through. However, I think it's going to work very well, and the reason why I think it's going to work well is because these third years that are taking over the leadership positions usually have been working with the presidents all the way through. They understand the issue now. As with any societal change, any kind of culture shock that happens, and this was certainly a culture shock to the university, it takes a little while for that to get established, but we're well on the road to making sure that works. IFC policies, those are on the books, and that's something that we've put in place. But I think that it's the transitions that are really going to work out in the springtime. I transitioned in February, which is after about 3 months of time where the new presidents will be in. So they'll be speaking with me. I'll be walking them all the way through this. And we're going to be doing something in the very early, right after Rush, which is about February. We bring all the new presidents in. We explain the whole entire new changes to them, what has to happen, what the rules are, how to work within the rules, how to build relationships with the community. And that's something that I'm proud of. It's been my legacy at UVA, and I think we're at a better place right now. And I think the noise violation itself will be a massive step backwards.
Okay. Neil Branch.
Thank you.
My name is Neil Branch, and I'm a local resident of Albemarle County and UVA student. I currently serve as the Vice President for UVA Student Council. As a local resident and now student, I have always appreciated the interaction and collaboration between students and residents. I enjoy attending events that bring these communities together, from the Virginia Festival of the Book to the Farmers Market. The university experience could not be what it is without the great support and environment offered by our Charlottesville residents. One thing I believe that the university has encouraged is being an active member of this community. Results have shown students embrace this message. Each year, more than 3,000 students volunteer through Madison House. By the end of the year, our students have given 110,000 hours of the time. This is not even including the numerous service organizations and consulting groups that work with local schools, nonprofits, and small businesses across Charlottesville. My fear, however, is that a change to the noise ordinance could set us all back. I realize we are not perfect, but we are making progress. When residents brought forward concerns about the noise, we as students took it seriously. This has created a renewed dialogue about what it means to be a good community member. Through this, there will be a solution. I just want to close by thanking you for your time and thank you for including students on this conversation. My hope is that with this spirit of engagement, we can continue this dialogue of cooperation and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Bo Swindell.
Good evening. My point is actually going towards transitions, so I think it's timely that I'm talking right now.
But you have to say your name first.
I apologize. My name is Bo Swindell, and I live at 33 University Circle. And I am the president of my fraternity, as well as I sit on the exec board for the Interfraternity Council. So I think I have kind of a three-tiered understanding of what the transition is going to be like. And I know that we just elected our new president of our fraternity a week ago, and the entire conversation focused around noise and what the liability presidents would have going forward if the noise ordinance got passed. And there's a lot of talk about whether it was going to get passed, whether it was not going to get passed. But at the end of the day, the conversation came down to continuing the progress we've already made so far this semester. I know, speaking personally, my fraternity got a warning at the beginning of September, and we have made drastic changes to the way that we work our parties, whether it goes noise risk, making sure the trash is cleaned up the next morning, and that progress continues. And I know that coming from the neighborhood's relations, we've made a serious effort in getting to know the neighbors around us, whether it's an informal conversation of talking to them as we walk by on the way to class, or, like we've talked about already, attending the forums that the school has set up and that we've tried to set up, as well as the University Circle community. So I think I'm very confident in the transition, and I think that I know that the president that was elected is ready for the challenge and ready to continue what we've already started. And I know, as you've already heard from Andy, I'm confident that the IFC can transition as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew McGee. Well, he's coming. I just want to say that I've been working with the city for almost 40 years. First time I've seen so many students with fraternity live in city council meeting. So I'm glad to have you here.
Or so many ties.
And they're all named Andrew. I don't know.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Andrew McGee, and I'm currently president of my fraternity, Cinema Hall, at 130 Madison Lane. A lot of the guys have spoken tonight about transitions being made with their presidents, and many of them have, some of them haven't made, however, many of them have not. And in talking with my counterpoints from other houses, I'm seeing a recurring theme. Those who thought to be the next leaders of the institutions have foregone this opportunity, have told, and in my circumstance have told me that the proposed changes and penalties due to the city's noise ordinance are too high. The risk to themselves, to their record, is too high. The class of misdemeanor that it will be put forward, and the fines that come along with it, students are wary to take on the roles, these positions in the House. Well, I'm not worried about the transition that will come from before tonight and in February. I'm confident that we can make these transitions. However, I'm afraid that some of the best leaders that this university has to offer are not being proposed, or not being sent forward before the community. The philanthropic events of the community, which raised over $300,000, and again said over $100,000 in manpower. The educational benefits for students, the GPI for the Greek institutions is on average higher than most of the other undergraduates. And the experiences that bond the university students in a unique way are just a few of the positive effects that the university sees from the Greek institutions. Without the right leaders in place, the Greek system at UVA will put itself in a position where the benefits may not be as impactful, inspiring, or as positive to the community we serve. This system has long had a great impact on the university as a whole and makes the University of Virginia and Charlottesville, as an extension, a unique place and desirable destination for the world's top students and leaders. With the proposed changes and penalties, we will rob this community and the university itself from the leadership that a lot of these students have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Llewellyn.
Hello, City Council. My name is Kathleen Lavelle, and I'm a third year at the University of Virginia, and I will actually be the upcoming president of the Inter-Sorority Council. So on behalf of the Inter-Sorority Council, I would like to begin by saying that we are fully committed to community relations just as the Interfraternity Council is. And in light of these recent noise ordinances, it is something that we have strove to educate our women because we realize that this is a concern of the culture, and we want you to know that we're also just as behind it. Our goal is in educating our women is to make sure that they know to foster this community relations because it is something that is very important to us. Many of our girls also live within the University Circle neighborhood and just all throughout that area. We hope that we believe that just continued conversations similar to what the Interfraternity Council is doing really is the key to solving these problems. The last thing we want to do is create any sort of resentment, just creating the strongest lines of communications that we can. And I hope that you'll recognize all the efforts that we have made so far, and I can look forward to working with you all in the future in continuing in our progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Miles Kirwan.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak here. My name is Miles Kerwin, and I am the president of Theta Chi Fraternity at UVA. Our house is at 600 Preston Place and is in close proximity to many of the neighbors who had previously voiced concerns about noise violations coming from fraternities. Last year, if you remember, I came to this council to gain a special use permit in order to increase the max occupancy for our house, and there was actually a lot of opposition to that from neighbors. After you approved our permit, we began a renovation and expansion of our house that is scheduled to be complete in the coming weeks. In that time, we have made substantial improvements to neighborhood relations, and our fraternity is just one example of the larger effort the university has made to that end. Our efforts began on November 15th of last year when I met with representatives from the Venable Neighborhood Association to discuss any grievances they had with our fraternity. Obviously, noise violations were one of their biggest concerns. At the conclusion of the meeting, we developed a memorandum of understanding that outlined a plan to improve neighborhood relations over time. We agreed to add a good neighbor policy to our chapter bylaws that includes limiting noise from any of our parties in accordance with the city ordinance and with IFC guidelines, and to see our fraternity house as a part of the neighborhood fabric rather than being independent of it. I agreed to notify neighbors in person before every party and ask them to contact me if they had any problems with unruly students or the party being too loud. I also agreed to have each new president meet with neighbors on an annual basis in order to continue the lines of communication and our relationships built. Since implementing this plan, we have received 0 noise violations or warnings, and our relationship with the neighbors has never been stronger. Simply by keeping our parties contained within the house, closing the windows, and keeping the speaker volume to a minimum, we have received no complaints from neighbors. I believe the key to our success is not in the fear of getting a noise violation, but rather in our communication and friendship with the neighbors. What started as a desperate plea to renovate our house has turned into new friendships with neighbors that I've never expected. I now know every neighbor around Preston by name and have even been invited to dinner at a few of their houses. One house has even taken care of my dog for a month, and one neighbor who had previously voiced large concern about us getting the renovation actually painted a portrait of our house, which now hangs in the fraternity house. So relationships have never been stronger. And by getting to know these people instead of ignoring them, I understand the need to keep our parties from getting too rowdy. By getting to know me, the neighbors are able to contact me about noise complaints before resorting to calling the police. The proposed noise ordinance threatens to hold presidents accountable for all noise violations by the fraternity. I could face up to 1 year in jail for a noise violation that I was not even a part of. And in addition to being a fraternity president, I'm also a cadet in Army ROTC. And with a year in jail, I lose my commission in the military and my career in the process. Although we have not received any noise violations so far, all it takes is one loud conversation between 2 people to set off the police. So I ask the council to please reconsider this proposal and use my fraternity as an example of what student-neighbor relations can be like in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Jones.
My name is Rick Jones. Just want to say hello to you, Mr. Mayor, and members of City Council, and Mr. Jones. I'm a member of the Fraternity Alumni Council. also a alumni advisor, and got very interested in this back in August when this was on the consent agenda, and I appreciate you all putting that off. I'm very happy to hear that staff is not recommending to change the law right now. I think it is early, but I would say that having read the report, I would disagree a little bit. There has been huge change, certainly from the fraternities part. As you said, you've probably never seen this many fraternity men in coats and ties in here in a long time. I have met, along with other members of the Fraternity Alumni Council, with the Dean of Fraternity and Sorority Life. I guarantee you that this is number one on their agenda. They have met not only with fraternity and sorority people, but with all of student organizations. For a city that is seeking always to find that perfect level of mutual respect, you have to remember that a lot of these kids are only 18 to 21 years old. They do not know every single law that's on the city books, and I was interested to see that really only 30% of the calls for service came with regard to fraternities. The rest are probably some of my apartments and other houses, and these kids don't know what 55 decibels is. We're all violating the ordinance. We've been doing it all night long. So it requires, I think, a lot of patience on the police department. I know there are strong abusers out there who deserve to get those tickets, but there are a lot of kids who they're flabbergasted. I've been to at least one Saturday afternoon party on a sunny day at a football game, and we know we're breaking the law, just by having conversations, no music, but 50 people on a deck is going to get you in trouble unless the police have some restraint. So it's a difficult. If City Council is pushing the pedal to the metal and saying, we want you out there and we want those decibel meters used all the time, it would be, I think, the pendulum going in the wrong direction. I had a couple of questions, and I know I'm not going to get them now, but I'm just wondering, you all had questions about the report itself. Do all these calls come from, 279 different people, or is it the same person calling 279 different times, or is it, policemen on patrol, on their own deciding that they are visiting these areas at certain times, of the day? But again, thank you.
Then you can get that information from back there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Bailiff Thompson or Hampton?
I didn't get a chance to look at the large agenda pack, so I don't know exactly the ordinance change that you guys are talking about. But I have done a pretty significant amount of work on noise ordinance issues in Charlottesville. Bailey Hampton, 505 Elliott. And I think that if you want Charlottesville to be like the artistic community that we're proud of being, that these rule implementations that you guys keep putting on sound is going to stifle that creativity, because if it isn't for house shows and parties, a lot of times like bands don't have places to play. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the band Pavement, but they got their start playing UVA fraternities. So if you don't want to stifle that creativity for local bands and touring bands, and even people that just want to socialize and gather, please don't make a rule change until people have a good chance to talk about it with y'all.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on noise ordinance today? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Sean Carr. I live at 39 University Circle. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor Huja. And I'd also like to thank members of the fraternities, their counselors, members of the alumni groups, and others, and in particular Chief Longo. I just have a few points to make and a few things to say in reaction. I guess one thing is I think it's a testament. So first of all, I'm a UVA alum. I'm a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity, so I get it. I'm also now, I work at the university as a scholar, as a teacher, as an educator. I believe everything you said about developing, the leaders of tomorrow in the most holistic fashion. So that means lots of things. By the same token, I am a taxpayer, a homeowner, a husband and a father of a 4-year-old, and I live in the community where they reside. But here's the point I'd like to make, that everyone you heard from today they're doing excellent work, and they've heard it from us, they've heard it from others in the community, in our immediate community, particularly in Venable. But I'd like to remind all of you that this is not a fraternity problem. Now, you've seen the highest representation here from members of the fraternity and sorority groups, which is terrific. And you are seeing their leaders who are among the best and the brightest, and in fact, probably the best that UVA has to offer. So the fact that they are here, they speak so eloquently, they have taken responsibility is admirable, but that's not the whole picture. So as a resident at 39 University Circle, there are multiple homes that are not fraternities or sororities. Now, in some cases, they're satellite locations for fraternities and sororities, but they really have nothing to do with the administration proper of those social organizations. That's where the problem seems to reside. As Mr. Jones pointed out, many of the calls that came in the data set that you saw at the last time this was brought up in August were not calls about fraternities and sororities. So again, it's terrific that they're taking these actions, but that's not really addressing the larger issue. So I'd like you to bear that in mind as you consider this going forward. Also, I'd also encourage all of us, and in particular you on the council, not to lose the forest for the trees on this one. Yes, this is about a noise ordinance, so we're talking about noise issues and decibel levels and so forth. But really what this speaks to is a larger set of quality of life issues. All the students here, all the students at the university are entitled to a rich, rewarding, and exciting college experience. But they are not entitled to a number of things. They're not entitled to taking out the street signs. Sorry. Well, I'll go on at another time. But those are the 2 points I'll make. Perhaps others would like to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up, everybody? See a lot of UVA people speaking on this noise ordinance.
Your name, please, name and address.
My name is Thomas Jefferson, like the man who raped his slaves, and I live on the street. Anyway, a lot of the UVA folk, I see them all dressed nice coming out here talking about this noise ordinance, and I just wish that they put up as much of a presentation and as much concern about queerphobic violence and the rape culture that exists in UVA fraternity culture. So it's really annoying to me that someone will come up and address these very, very pathetic concerns when somebody on the corner was assaulted by someone who may or may not be a UVA student but definitely possesses the UVA mindset because of their gender and sexuality presentation. And also, I don't think I need to go into the instances of rape culture that are extremely normalized within this frat boy, violent, patriarchal milieu, but it's not for me to talk about because I have male-bodied privilege. But alas, I would just like people to keep real issues in perspective and really what UVA is about and what it does to people.
Anybody else would like to speak on this issue of noise ordinance? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Ladikar, and I reside on 39 University Circle. My husband spoke, and I will not repeat all he said, but only thing I would like to say, as I spoke with a lot of the fraternity representatives, I know they do. They start, it's happened after August, it really started a conversation, and I think that's great. I personally have to say that our family chose not to be in the city any weekend. We were here one weekend starting from August until this weekend, just because we didn't want to deal with it truly. So we were not the people who were making those phone calls. Also, I wanted to say maybe, as we're saying, this was not enough time to find out if the new procedures that police is implementing, if they are working or not. I think for some of the parts of our neighborhood they working or starting to work, but I still believe that, over 150 calls, no matter what, if they're verified or unverified, if somebody calls at 1:30 in the morning, they're not calling just because they have nothing better to do. And I would like to know next time when we meet, whatever that time will be, it's going to be May, June, what would be the acceptable number for my neighborhood? Is that going to be the average, that is 60 calls a year, or it's going to be 150 in 3 months? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak about the noise ordinance? If not, I'll close the public hearing. Comments for the council members? Just want to make sure that
I have another question.
Let me make a comment. If you
Oh,
don't mind.
okay.
As you heard, we are not planning to take any action on this time. We are hoping to look at the situation for the next few months, and then we'll see if there's a need for any change. Comments?
Excuse me. This for Chief Longo, perhaps, or Captain Lewis, perhaps. We actually, Mr. Jones's question was, I don't know if that's answerable or not, as to whether, kind of a profile of these calls.
We certainly could try to do that. This information comes from our Emergency Communications Center. It's only as good as the incident in the manner in which it's coded by both the call takers, the dispatchers, and the officers when they clear the call. It's easy enough to figure out exactly where the call came from. It is true that lumped into those calls for service are self-initiated police activity. So not every call for service is an actual telephone call. It could, as Mr. Jones indicated, it could be an officer who's passing by the residence when he or she hears the sound. And when he or she calls that information into the dispatcher, it is then created as a call for service. But we certainly could. It would take some time to do that, but we could break that data out. But I would have to yield to the ECC as to how complicated that may or may not be.
And I don't know if it would be useful data as to whether it's a fraternity house or the other residence. I don't know if that's relevant or not, but that would be another piece of information.
We could certainly do that. Also understand that, as Mr. Jones also pointed out, some of those calls may be coming from apartments,
Right.
in which
Right,
there's
exactly.
multiple units. It's difficult to discern where the sound's coming from. And in some cases, we can't gain access to those buildings, which makes it even more problematic for us.
Yeah. And and I wasn't sure whether this list that you gave us, particularly what was sent to us this afternoon, was complete. It does appear to be generally university-related. Is this a problem in other parts of the city that really aren't associated with the university or with an age group or?
Well, interestingly enough, when we began the process of issuing written warnings and actually citing a violation of the noise ordinances, some of the very few, first few, I should say, that took place didn't take place necessarily in the university community. Now, whether it's to the same magnitude, we certainly could do that analysis. But what we've given you is very specific to the university community and only during a specific time frame. But we could do a citywide analysis if it would be helpful to
Well, I
council.
think, and it would be interesting to know if the offenders are university linked. And I only say that because if we're really primarily dealing with university students, whether they're undergraduates or graduate students or whatever, I mean, that at least narrows our focus. If it's really a much broader question, that raises a lot of concerns. And one of the concerns I've had all along is that if we're only focusing on the university, particularly with this one warning a year, we're really tailoring any changes in an ordinance to just one segment of our community, and I feel like it might bias other parts of our community who might not just, be on that academic schedule and, live in a place for a year or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's an excellent point, but I'll just remind you that the procedure that we've implemented citywide. So if that calls to Belmont or to Locust Grove or to some other part of the community, you will get a warning, and if there's no compliance, you will get cited. So what we're taking place now is citywide, but as you pointed out, whatever you choose to do by way of an amendment to the ordinance will also affect citywide, not just the university community.
Right, and that was my concern, and that's why I say that any kind of data to know whether this is, how prevalent it is just within this niche of a university community. I must say, when we were dealing with it before, I kept hearing that law students were really notorious.
Not law students, maybe business students or medical students, but not law students.
I heard law students.
We can certainly do it by neighborhood for the same time period that we did this run for you. Maybe that might be helpful just as an exercise to look and see what that might look at. And again, we'll do it by neighborhood.
Other questions
Well, yeah,
or comments?
I noticed in this report, and again, I understand that there's only so much data we can get out of it. It's what we have, so we're kind of drilling down into it. That on the last page, which is only a half a page, is most of the actual citations. So what I'm guessing that represents is that it was like the period during which there had been warnings and citations. Is that
That's correct.
fair
Yes,
enough?
ma'am.
Okay. Because that certainly, we may start to see some real results from that as far as reduced noise, even if we haven't yet, because there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 just on that, the last few on that last page. So, but one concern I have is, and I think that I don't remember who it was who spoke, talking about the fact that they had I guess it was Miles Kern, that instituting a good neighbor policy before we started talking about a new ordinance. But it seems like a lot of these efforts came up because we proposed the new ordinance, or at least with the threat of that hanging over people's heads. And while I really appreciate the fact that it's happened, and I think it's great, I wish that it happened 2 years ago when this first started really coming up, because I think even then the fraternities should have known that they were causing troubles to the neighbors, and no action was taken. And I think that's why the neighbors feel compelled to try to put this in law, because unless there's some threat, there doesn't seem to be action. And so while I'm glad there's action, I'm wondering if we shouldn't kind of keep that threat hanging there. So maybe the citation after one warning, which is within the law that we have now, will take care of that. But I'm certainly wanting us to keep a close eye on that.
Well, I also think it was a teachable moment for the police department as well. I mean, we stepped up our game.
You
This
did.
is the university, the students have stepped
And I
up
think it
theirs.
may really have an
We've
impact.
stepped up ours, and perhaps we should have done so a long time ago. So I accept responsibility for that.
Other questions and comments?
I do have another question.
Yes.
When you're called to a residence and it's the second warning, who do you cite? How do you choose who? I mean, it actually was brought up that some of these young people might not want to be in a leadership position if they're the ones who get the citation. I just wonder what the policy is.
I'd have to go back and look specifically to the ordinance. I believe we can say whoever has control of that house, whether it be the actual official person, whether it be the leaseholder or the president. We will cite whoever is responsible for the house at the time.
So that is a legitimate concern. Yeah.
Either comments or questions?
Yes, I think the mapping was great. I love seeing the before and after of 2011 and 2012, and that was very, very impressive to see where the incidences of arrest are taking place. I would love to see more of this kind of mapping in different neighborhoods, just so that we can see where the patterns are. Now, I would love your opinion as well about how can we tackle the issue of the non-fraternity problem. Is it something that we could pull together the property owners, the real estate management companies, to begin a dialogue with them? Just because it sounds like the dialogue that's been going on between the frat houses, the sororities, and the neighborhood associations has been productive. Could we move towards that direction as well?
Well, to the extent we haven't already tried to do that, I think we
Okay.
absolutely must do that. I
Okay.
don't think it's fair just to focus on the fraternities and the sororities when we know that there are other either private residences or residents owned by larger real estate firms or management companies. So I think it's something we have to do.
And then the only other comment, too, is, and it gets to what Ms. Carr was saying, is that we do need some sort of a performance indicator that things are succeeding. And so what might that be? Is it a matter of the counts going down? Is that really impacting quality of life? So I do think measuring those performance indicators in some way to see if there's a change in behaviors But also, this was something that Mr. Jones and I talked about earlier this morning, related to using a survey tool with some of the neighborhood association members, people in the community, and we could do it to different communities, but maybe kind of sampling, just to see what, engage what before and after, like do it now between when classes end and when final exams take place this semester, do a survey of the residents, Survey Monkey or something, how's it going? And then do it another time in the spring semester between the time classes end and the time finals take place, just to try to get a gauge from the community in a broader way how they're feeling about the quality of life in their community.
Yeah,
Is that possible?
It's something that we could look into and see if we can. I'm not sure if we could get it up that quickly, but we'll see if we can look into it.
Again, it's
and
important to
how
see
that would
because we're
work.
trying to see a change.
How we would get to the neighborhood associations and then more specifically to the residents, because as we know, as important as the neighborhood associations
Yes.
are, it doesn't always involve all of the neighbors and all the residents. So we would need to find a way to spread it out beyond just the associations.
Okay. Any last comments?
I want to commend the members of the IFC and the ISC for all the work that you're doing. You've really risen to the challenge, and I appreciate that. I think students are more apt to learn from their peers than to learn, if you have an administrator telling them they have to do something, I think having their peers model for them. And so I would encourage the Community Relations Office, the Off-Grounds Housing Office to really take advantage of some of the resources and ideas in the room here, and if there's a way to help some of the students who aren't part of the fraternity system or the sorority system learn strategies for being better neighbors, I think that'd be a great step. So.
Sarah, I want to second your comments.
Can I actually just ask one other question of our law enforcement? And this actually stems from something that one of the IFC folks said, talking about underlying causes, and I don't mean to assume that the stereotypes are true, but there's alcohol usually involved in these parties too. When you go in for a call, is there an issue of underage drinking that you look into, or I would think that would be one of the bigger threats to a party getting out of control, that the police would come for the noise, but there would be further ramifications.
Keep in mind, there's only three ways you get in somebody's house: a warrant, consent, or exigent circumstances. And I'm not sure a noise complaint would give rise to exigent circumstances. Certainly, if the officer can see evidence of another violation of the law, he and she will take steps to pursue that. Oftentimes, we'll communicate those thoughts through the university so that appropriate interventions may take place. But we're somewhat limited, and I will be very cautious how I will allow those officers to act when it's going into other people's homes for violations of this type. We certainly don't want them to run afoul of the Constitution.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate your coming, all the people who have come and spoken, and we will monitor the situation, and in the next few months we'll get another report back. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing, the resolution. It's Plaza on Main Street special use permit.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, Mr. Jones. This is a special use permit for increased height and density. The address is of 852 to 860 West Main Street. This is essentially...
Could you hold for a second?
Sure.
Are you going to be making a presentation? Paul?
It's going the other way.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I see, we have things under it.
Yeah, okay. So, now you will proceed with the presentation.
Thank you. Sorry.
After that noise ordinance presentation, you guys are going to say, run, run.
This was the special use permit that was heard at the November 13th Planning Commission meeting. It's essentially the exact same application. There was a bit of a discrepancy within the acreage of the property. Just to refresh, the special use permit was at 852 to 860 West Main Street. It was for increased density from 43 dwelling units per acre to 98 dwelling units per acre. That would allow also from 70 feet to 101 feet for the height. The developments for a mixed use, 219 residential units and close to 12,000 square feet of ground floor commercial and underground parking. The only thing that has changed with the application, the first, in October, the BAR had their meeting and they reviewed the design, and it was unfavorable recommendation, but the applicant revised their design, went back to the BAR, and the BAR has rendered a positive recommendation for the special use permit. If you guys have any other additional questions, or when any of you weren't at the public hearing, I'm here to answer any questions. The applicant is also here if you have any questions.
Okay. So, any other questions of information from the staff before we do public hearing?
I wanted to give the applicant a chance to address an issue that came up in the Planning Commission hearing regarding activity on the street. There was a concern raised that by having a significant portion of the street front facility be for use of a club and leasing space, that would affect the way that the building relates to the street. And I thought Ms. Long provided a very helpful response. I emailed her about this, and I want to give her a chance to share that publicly about how what you're doing might actually end up with more activity on the street. So can you please?
Yes. Please identify your name and address.
Certainly. I'm Valerie Long. I'm here representing the applicants, and my business address is 321 East Main Street. Thank you, Mr. Norris. And I've had similar conversations with a number of people who've asked about this since it was a topic of discussion. But in essence, of the roughly 22,000 square feet of total ground floor space, about approximately 15,000 square feet of it will be dedicated to either public space or retail or commercial space. So we have a very large public plaza. We also have the space that will be a restaurant or a market of some sort, maybe some combination thereof, that will obviously be publicly accessible. And so of the remainder, there will be some area that we're calling kind of a club room or an activity room that will be, available to the residents. It is, the goal is really to have that ground floor space be as lively and vibrant for as much of every day as possible. And we're obviously optimistic that with the restaurant or a market that would be achieved. But as my clients are telling me with other projects they've worked on around the country, where they have a mixture of uses like this with a restaurant or a market of some sort, those businesses obviously shut down, close at regular hours. Sometimes it's 10 o'clock. The space goes dark. There's not as much activity there. At most, there may be just people there cleaning or restocking. By contrast, when they have these activity rooms, especially for those residents that are students, and these students are kind of 24/7. If they're medical students or they're residents, they may have a late shift, so they may be there at somewhat unusual hours. If they're local employees that may, hospital employees, for instance, may work a night shift, so they may be there at more unusual hours. They're really working hard to provide the best mix of those uses in that space to increase the chances of having it be most vibrant. And so the activity room space, which would be part of the remainder, so what is that remaining 7,000 or so square feet, would involve, all sorts of activities for the residents. There would be designated study spaces for those that are students there. They'll have sofas with televisions. They'll, residents there interacting with each other, maybe watching a football game late into the evening, maybe having a discussion group, a study group. So we think it'll be a very vibrant community there. It's a good way for people to make friends, especially if they're a student or graduate student who's maybe come from another area for medical school, doesn't have any friends here. They can go down to the activity room, play pool or foosball or play on the Wii or the Xbox with some of the other residents in the community. It really does help foster a sense of the community. So what I indicated to Mr. Norris was just that the vast majority of that space will be publicly accessible, either the plaza or the restaurant market space. There is this small area set aside for the resident activity room and then a smaller area for the leasing space. But we did pay a lot of attention to the comments that were made at the last meeting, and we took a hard look to think about whether there were any other types of more purely commercial uses that we could work to try and attract to that space that might make it even more vibrant. And what our folks are telling me is that there's nothing that would help make it as vibrant, sort of the perfect mix, as will this proposed activity room. So that's probably more long-winded than you wanted, Mr. Norris. I apologize.
But so the only commercial space is a restaurant or a market?
The combination of, in terms of publicly accessible, so the commercial spaces, I think it's about half of the total square floor area is the restaurant market space, and then there's the plaza. It's probably not quite half. But the total, it's about 15,000 of the overall 22,000 that's combined the plaza space, which is quasi-commercial because there'll be some outdoor seating for the restaurant. There'll be kind of a coffee shop, grab-and-go area. There'll be public seating area with a fireplace for people to just sit and mingle and interact, wait for the bus. That plaza area is definitely publicly accessible, will be open to all. That's roughly half of that space, and then the other half of the commercial space is, we're hoping it will be a restaurant or a small market grocery store.
One completely unrelated question.
Sure.
Do you know off the top of your head what the maximum allowable density on this site is under the special use guidelines?
I will pull my notes, but my recollection, and Ebony probably knows, is 42 dwelling units per acre by right.
That's by right.
By right,
Right.
is 42. The maximum that you can ask, or that the council could approve under a special use permit, is 240 dwelling units per acre. And my recollection is our request is 98, excuse me, 98.
But it's by dwelling unit, whether it has 1 bedroom or 10 bedrooms?
That's correct.
So is there a different metric at all that's ever used in terms of people?
No,
I mean, because this is I think it's a little misleading to say 98 dwelling units when you've got 4 independent adults in 1 dwelling.
They're also suggesting the number of bedrooms, 590 something.
Right, okay, well, the number of bedrooms
is 495, I believe. There are, you raise an excellent point, and in fact, the city did address that with, and Mr. Tolbert or Ms. Walden would be the better expert to tell me, but there are certain zoning districts in the city that are the university zoning districts, and perhaps a few others, but definitely the university housing districts do regulate not just the number of dwelling units per acre, but the number of bedrooms per acre. This is zoned West Main Street South and is not one of those zoning districts. So it's not regulated by bedroom.
But it recognizes, the university zoning recognizes that student density is a different kind of density than other kinds of
As
residential.
Ms. Long said, we said when we did the zoning ordinance in 2003 in the university high density and medium density, we didn't want to create student ghettos by having nothing but 4 bedrooms. While these folks are not held to that, they have really met the spirit of that and would pretty much comply being in one of those districts by mixing 4 bedrooms and 1s and 2s also. So there's opportunity for non-students or either grad students or medical students to live in some of those other places. So while they're not held to that mixture of bedrooms, they've done that and met the spirit of what we wanted to have accomplished in other zoning districts.
Then how does 98 dwelling units become 495 bedrooms?
Well, because we don't limit the number of bedrooms beyond limiting 4. We have a 4 unrelated rule that in any dwelling unit, no more than 4 unrelated individuals can live.
So there wouldn't necessarily be 495 people.
It could be, yes, ma'am, because some of the units are 4 bedrooms, and you would anticipate
Right.
that those would be occupied by 4 individuals. So I think you can pretty much say by the number of bedrooms, that would be the number of people that would end up residing there.
If I could interject, Mr. Tolbert, it's not 98 units, it's 98 units per acre.
Right, 98 units per acre, right.
Oh,
And
right.
is
Right.
it 219 units?
Okay,
That's right.
right.
But the 495 is per acre or total?
No, 495 is the total number of
Oh,
bedrooms.
okay, that's where the math broke
Right.
down. Okay.
They could,
I thought we were
if it's
comparing apples
200,
and
how many units? 200?
219.
219, so in theory, they could have 800 and
Got it, and that's fine.
76
That solves my math problem. Thank you.
bedrooms.
So it's about 200 plus bedrooms per acre. If you're looking under,
No.
a
No.
different, because it's 495 bedrooms?
You're right,
It's
yes, ma'am.
2.5 acres.
Yes, ma'am, right.
So I'm just rounding.
Right.
Okay.
Units, yes.
Any questions of
But it could be 800
clarification before we get into discussion?
Yeah, I actually have another clarification. Is there any, in our zoning language, is there any definition of mixed-use development in terms of proportions?
No, we actually, when we wrote the zoning ordinance, we tried in some districts to say, by mixed use being residential and non-residential, but we tried to say that there ought to be a certain percent in some zoning districts. And what we realized very quickly, and we amended that, was the market's going to dictate that to a large degree. So what we came back and said is, in most of the zoning districts, including West Main South, that we wanted the ground floor on the primary streets to be non-residential, to create that regular activity. But beyond that, we didn't define it. Whatever the zoning district will allow, as long as it's non-residential, is a commercial use or mixed use that can occur there.
Is the second building, ground floor, non-residential?
There's only
Is it-
one building.
Right.
There's something behind whatever's 8 stories tall.
It's part of the same building.
It's still all
It's
one
all the
building.
same building.
So is that ground floor non-residential too, in that part of the building?
It's parking garage.
Oh, it's parking.
Right. And the ground floor is only the street frontage there, so it's not, it doesn't mean the whole floor. I mean, every bit of the ground has to be, they could put residential units, although they're not doing it. They have parking back there.
Any
I have
questions or
a question
clarification?
about flexibility on the part of the applicant. One concern I have is actually the exterior plaza and wanting to make sure that that stays an activated place. One of the ways you can do that is to make sure that there are doors entering onto it and that those doors have access to something like a restaurant, an eatery that, again, will activate the place. Do you have flexibility in your program at the ground floor level to put something like that at that corner? Because that corner is going to be extremely important as kind of a visual as well as just an experience.
So you're talking about the corner that's closest to, I guess that's the
To the bridge.
east side, closest to the bridge and the
Yes.
train station. We're actually looking into sort of rearranging the location of the ground floor uses and having that area be the restaurant use. Right now, it's proposed
Okay.
to be the exact opposite end of the building, but the more we looked at that, the more we realized that that's a natural location because of the natural sunlight that you get there. It's a more prominent location that would probably be helpful for a restaurant there to have better visibility from the street and to pedestrians, and that would create some more vibrancy there. So we're still working through all of those things, but that is what we're looking at now, that would be a better location for that, better use of that space, and that perhaps the activity room would be better served at the opposite end of the building. Regardless, that has always been intended to be an outdoor plaza space. We haven't done as good of a job sort of providing exhibits or renderings as to what that space would look like, because we frankly just don't know yet, but that's where we're leaning
Right.
at this point. So we certainly have flexibility to do that, and the BAR has given us some similar suggestions and input on, again, and we want to make the space very lively and vibrant because that is what helps make the building all that more successful, because it makes it attractive for people who want to live there.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Where's the leasing office? You refer to a leasing office.
It would probably be a small space on the ground floor as well, but they have flexibility there depending on how big of the market space gets and how, where the plaza is and the restaurant is and so forth. But that probably would be there. They tell me that that's important for, again, helping people know where to go to sign up and fill out an application and so forth for leasing.
Okay.
So I have a question about, we've talked about this before, but about who you envision living here and what kind of mix that might be within the building itself.
We think it's going to be an exciting mix. Obviously, it'll be very attractive to students, both undergraduates and graduate students, just by virtue of its location and proximity to the university. But equally so, its proximity to the university hospital we think makes it very attractive to medical students, medical residents, faculty, staff at the hospital, really anybody who likes the idea of living in an urban environment where they either may not need a car or want a car, may not have a car, may not want to have to use their car at all, be able to just leave it in the garage and walk or ride their bikes or take the bus somewhere. They've done a lot of market study on the area. They've been wanting to provide a project in Charlottesville for many years. What they really love about this location is the fact that it can really be, it's attractive to anyone. They're realizing with the trolley bus, young professionals working downtown, it would be very attractive. Even if you didn't have the trolley bus, you could walk downtown. Young professionals, you might have one person at the university, one person working downtown, go in either direction in the morning. You can walk to shopping. So really, we think it's almost unlimited as to who could be there. When we had a neighborhood meeting, it was a week or so before the joint public hearing, we met a couple who had just moved to the Cream Street condominium building, which is kind of on the other side of West Main Street, adjacent to the train tracks. They talked about how they downsized and moved there, and they're still working, but they just downsized and didn't want to have to maintain a yard anymore, and they loved it. And they were thrilled with this coming because it just provides more people like them living. They told us they think there'll be retirees living there. So we're going to market it. They're going to market it to everyone. It will be, students, we think will be particularly interested in it. But with the variety of, bedroom types and some of the apartments will be, one-bedroom apartments with balconies. We think those will be very attractive to younger professionals, young faculty. There'll be opportunities for a lot of people.
And what's the kind of rent that they're expecting to charge?
I may need to
range?
defer to them on that. I believe that that's not been set yet, but they may have some projections. Is there a
projection?
And it depends on a one-bedroom unit. Is certainly a bedroom in a one-bedroom unit is more expensive
a one-bedroom
than
and a bedroom in a four-bedroom unit. What they might.
Range from $700 to $1,200.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
Per bedroom.
Per bedroom.
Per bedroom.
Per bedroom, yes.
Okay, any other questions or clarification before we go to public hearing?
Yeah, actually, and so that's sort of a new piece of information, at least for me, that there aren't just all going to be that student model, that kind of Eagles Landing for University Place model, where it's really meant just to be rented by the bedroom. I mean, are there going to be traditional apartments such that it's a lovely idea of this mix of people, but quite frankly, the way that kind of student housing is built, it's very limiting as to who it will be available to or attractive for, unless there's more traditional mixing of a, kind of real apartment.
Well,
I mean, like, why would a faculty want to live there, for instance?
So,
if
I
it's
think we're getting into the opinions now. Let's wait for a public hearing.
well, but I just wondered what the mix is going to be.
Well, it's hard to predict exactly what the mix will be. As I described, we hope it'll be a vibrant mix of students, non-students.
No, I mean the mix of apartment types. Or one bedroom, you talked about one bedroom.
Right. We have, in our site plan, and I can pull it out and tell you how many exactly we have of each one.
You don't have to do that.
But there is a mix of 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. It's about half in terms of dwelling units. Roughly half of them are 1 or 2 bedrooms, and roughly half of them are 3 or 4 bedroom units. Now, certainly if you count them as you had by bedrooms as opposed to units, it's a little heavier on the 3 and 4 bedrooms versus 1 and 2. But they are planning to utilize their standard leasing system where they do lease each bedroom on an individual basis. So even if a young couple or even a young family, say a couple with one child, and they wanted to rent a 2-bedroom unit, there would be one lease, but they would be renting 2 bedrooms as part of their lease. So, but if you had an individual living there, they would obviously rent their 1 bedroom. If you have 4 graduate students in a 4-bedroom unit, each of them signs their own individual lease and is responsible just for their bedroom's rent, as opposed to having to worry about the liability of whether their roommates, who they may or may not know that well yet, are actually going to be good for the rent, which is a little bit of a risk. So it works out well from their experience. They've been using it for a while. So it works well whether for students or non-students.
Okay. I'll have more questions, but I'll wait till after the public hearing. Thanks.
Let's open for public hearing. Have a seat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have 2 people signed up for public hearing. Nancy Carpenter.
Nancy Carpenter, Albemarle County resident, and I live in Eagles Landing, one of the student-oriented type developments, I guess one of the last ones built in this area. One thing I want to, a few facts I want to say first, which came from the housingvirginia.org website. Rents have increased 14% statewide over the past 3 years. Over 1 million Virginia households are housing cost burdened as they pay more than 30% of their income above the national standard for housing. The trends in Virginia housing demands will change from single attached housing to more smaller urban-style homes. In 2011, 33% of all senior renters, which I'm one, paid more than 50% of their income for housing, making us severely rent burdened. I'm part of a tsunami that's coming in housing. The 40 to 65 plus age group is going to be one of the biggest groups coming up that cities and counties are going to have to deal with when it comes to housing. While I think that the plaza is a great idea for urban density and it's a great place to put that, I am concerned about the mix of housing. Right now, I don't mind telling you, I pay $400 a month in a 4-bedroom unit, utilities included. What they're proposing is almost twice that much. And perhaps students can afford it. I don't know. Perhaps some of the professionals that are being discussed can afford it. But it's also a great place for people who are transit challenged to be able to have access to their jobs or to get jobs, to move out of areas that this city has a public policy or an initiative that they want to, continue to move forward. I know it sometimes has to chug along, but there is that opportunity here for that. The other thing that bothered me at the Planning Commission was the conversation about the accessibility by the public. I too walk from the medical center, downtown quite a few times a month, and it would be nice to say, if there's a nice little sandwich restaurant or something in this space to, partake of that. But there was a conversation about how we access that as the public, not being part of that exclusive community that has access, to the gym or to the commercial space that they were talking about. So hopefully, I think those ideas have been worked on, and it'll be more accessible to the public. Because what's the point of having mixed use if I can't use it? If you're supposed to have commercial development and I can't use it, what's the point? Of having that. And the other point I wanted to make out is traffic. There's no place for people to go grocery shopping there, so they're going to have to rely on either their own cars, increasing the traffic on West Main Street, which is going to be really constricted at both ends because you'll have that hotel, I guess, at some point will come to fruition, and then you'll have this at the other end. So you're going to have a very constricted West Main Street, and so that people will have to either try and use public transit to get out to Barracks Road or, use their whole day to go grocery shopping on the transit until, the study comes back and we see what kind of changes that the city will be able to make. But so what I'm saying is that I like the idea of it. I'm concerned about the public space, how we'll be able to access that. Also concerned about the cost and the mix of people who will be in there. Thank you.
Donna Deloria.
Members of City Council, I'm Donna Deloria with the law firm of Payne & Hodas at 414 East Jefferson Street in Charlottesville. I spoke at the joint public hearing on behalf of the Ivy Land Trust and University Station LLC, the owners of 1002 to 1006 West Main Street and 118 11th Street Southwest, which are also located in the West Main Street South Corridor zoning district. My clients stand behind their earlier comments. This is the area of the city best suited for development at the maximum height and density allowed by the zoning ordinance. The city must be open to this in order to spur successful mixed use in the blocks west of the train station. Buildings such as these will be in character with the district and will have benefits beyond West Main Street. Your support of the plaza application for increased residential density and height will encourage the city's goals and be an important step towards realizing the potential for redevelopment of this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this special permit request?
Evening, Brandon Collins, 418 Fairway Avenue. I had to cover up my shirt because I haven't discussed this with some of my colleagues yet, but and I wish we had been involved in some of the conversations about this. It's my understanding that folks in the neighborhoods really weren't consulted about this. Certainly nobody at West Haven was asked about how this is going to be set up. Nobody at FAR was consulted about this, and I think there's a whole lot of questions. And one of those things is something that I've been talking about for a few years now, which is the University of Virginia has plenty of room on grounds for student housing. And this seems to me, while I know it's a commercial thing, that maybe they should be looking at where to build on grounds. This is like one of the biggest developments that Charlottesville's going to be putting up that includes housing for people in this city. And for a couple of years, everybody on the city council said, oh yeah, we're into housing, we want to make more affordable housing, we're going to do stuff about housing, and it's not always about the money, so we're not going to put a whole lot of money into it, and we're going to use leverage and stuff. And this is what we wind up with. This is the most significant building project that we've had in a while, and I don't see how this fits low-income people in our community. My feeling is that if you're going to grant a special use permit, if you're going to make things more dense and a lot of different kind of changes about how our city operates and how it looks, first you need to talk to the community around there and see how they feel about it, but also make it so it really is a mix of different types of people in that. And you've said 15% affordable housing. I think if you're going to have that kind of density, you need to up that number to much higher. I would say 50% would be great, but not sure we would get that. But $700 is barely affordable. $1,200 is a huge difference. It's a big gap between $700 and $1,200. And I don't know that too many people that I'm concerned about that I know need housing. We're talking about homeless people for weeks over here. This is not meeting that. And I really would hope you could squeeze some affordable housing component into this.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak on the special permit?
Mayor Hooger, City Council members, I'm Ivo Romanesco. I live at 117 Bollingwood Road. I have no relationship with Ambling, and I have never met the applicants before, but nevertheless, I support this project for 3 reasons. It is a new urbanism project. I've had the benefit of working with Kathy Galvin, Mayor Hooger before on the DISC committee, and so we know what urban renewal and urban development is about. It is also an economic development project, and the city does need additional revenues. In addition, we do have a zoning and a comprehensive plan that has been discussed, argued, and agreed upon. And I think we should be able to trust in the plans that have been agreed upon, and I think the applicant has met the obligations set out by the plans. My view of why this is a good project is that, first of all, it's on West Main Street. The center of West Main, roughly halfway between downtown and the university, is an area that has been lacking in development. There isn't much demand in that area right now, and yet we want to have and we need living and working households in that area. We have a train station that's almost adjacent to this property. We have bus service that's through this corridor. We have students, faculty, and other households that are already in this area. So the issue of traffic, while yes, it's always an issue, but yet this will serve the needs of people who are already working and commuting through this corridor. The tax base, we all understand the tax base. It needs to be improved, but there's more than just taxes here. We have a pull of business and interest to an area that is developed with a new project. This is a project that will bring people into the neighborhood. Again, they already pass through this neighborhood. They already work in this area. And yet this would be a project that would allow them to live here, have some services, some shopping, and also cause some reinvestment in this community. There was talk about the square footage of commercial area in this project, in some cases looking to increase it from 15,000 square feet. I would say that 15,000 square feet is actually a lot of space. This project is not large enough to sustain 15,000 square feet of retail or business or service space. Requiring space that is not leasable or occupied on a regular basis is not good planning. You need to set this up so that it is likely to work. And so, all the project will bring to the area in terms of households is a good thing. This is a seminal project to bring people there. But if you have all the square footage to serve this project on site, it doesn't help cross-pollinate other projects that are nearby. By that I mean, if you have 2 or 3 projects, each having some level of services, people can get on the sidewalks, travel from one building to the next. That gets them on the street, gets them on the sidewalks. That, I think, is one of the goals. And that's something that has really been discussed. I think, frankly, the density is an important element here. 240 units per acre is a pretty lofty goal. But if it can't be achieved here on West Main, this is Main Street. If it can't be achieved here, where can you get it? If it's on the roll, if it's in the plan, and it's part of a legally allowable use with an SUP, and the applicant has done all the things required, has met with City Council, I'm sorry, not the City Council, but with the Planning Commission, the BAR, done things to meet the requirements, it seems to me that it ought to move forward. So, I think it's time to turn the page on West Main Street, away from used car dealerships, vacant parking lots, shops that are 1 story in height, and that sort of a low-density type of style of use. I think it is time to move forward with this project at this time and in this place. Thank you.
Nobody else would like to speak on this special permit? If not, yes, ma'am.
Good evening, councilors, city councilmen and women. My name is Joy Johnson, and I reside at 823D Hardy Drive. I just came in to support earlier what FAR wanted to put on the table, but something kept holding me in that seat back there. And now I kind of see what it is. I just want to know, can I get a copy of that? Because it's the first time I ever seen that design. And I think the fact that we have neighborhoods connected to West Main Street, this is something we should have been familiar with. This really, really scares me. I understand the fact that it's new, and I understand the fact that this is something that needs to change the way the face of West Main Street looks like. But West Main Street has connecting neighborhoods to it. And so I'm just wondering, did you all talk to anybody beyond West Main Street? Did you meet with anyone else beyond West Main Street? And how is this going to impact where we live? And are any of our folks who live in our neighborhood who are, not students, not faculty, not lawyers, not physician, will be able to live in these units? I don't know. I don't know that much about it, and I'm just wondering how many people in our neighborhood, in the Fifield neighborhood, or in the 10th and Page neighborhood, really know about this, and how is it going to affect the neighborhood. Even I support economic development, and I support new ideas, but I don't know enough about this one, which kind of scares me, and I don't know if it's the new gentrification that's getting ready to happen. And I don't know, every day, and I know your little thing is running, but every day when I get up, I see a new project, and maybe I'm just not paying attention. And I should be, because I'm on the Housing Advisory Committee. But we have to find a better way in how we inform our neighborhoods about projects such as this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak about this project?
I'm Luis Oyola. I live in the 10th and Page neighborhood. I want to echo everything that Joy Johnson just said, especially concerning West Haven residents and how currently they are very hidden, yet they will probably feel the impact the most about this project and the way it will gentrify the area surrounding it. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on this topic? If not, the public hearing is closed. And city council members, now you have any comments or questions?
I can start because I don't have a whole lot, although I may come up with more after I hear what other folks want to say. One, actually, that just kind of, first of all, responding to some of the public comments, just a couple of questions that I had, is one that Ms. Carpenter was talking about, that people would need a grocery store and would be driving in and out of the neighborhood because it's hard to carry groceries on a bus, although a lot of people do that. And one of the things that I'm wondering about is talking to our economic development folks that, you know, if this does go through and the hotel goes through and we've got, you know, some of this, that becomes the standard for this corridor. You know, my mom used to live in Cleveland Park in D.C., and there's a giant, and contrary to its name, it's very small. It's a you know, kind of a corner giant. And it's always packed because the apartment buildings near there, people could walk to the grocery store, bring their, you know, their little cart and the little two-wheeled cart. And it seems like that would be a really good use for this neighborhood as we get, you know, this sort of development, since that is what our comprehensive plan calls for. And I do hope that a small market would be part of this, but that's probably not going to serve people's grocery needs, more like their snack needs. But the other thing that I would really like to push a little bit is the idea of affordable housing. I know that there's one idea that you know, under our current ordinance that you can offer to pay money into the Affordable Housing Fund, and that's all well and good. But I think that what we heard about the construction of this particular project and the density and the convenience and being on transit lines, especially a free transit line with the trolley, it seems to me like a perfect place to have some affordable housing. And I would really like to explore possible ways that we could have some of these units be set aside as affordable housing in situ, you know, not separated out, not sent someplace else, but in this very desirable spot, because it's the very kind of, you know, small, dense, urban, on the transit line housing that we need affordable housing in.
Other comments?
You know, it's often said the only thing people hate more than suburban sprawl is urban density. And the reality is that we need, in order to stop suburban sprawl and roll it back, we need to create places in the urban core for people to live and work and shop and play. And so we have welcomed higher density in our urban core, but it has to be situated correctly. We don't want to you would never put a project like this in the middle of the Woolen Mills, for instance, or some of the other neighborhoods. But as Mr. Ivanescu said, this is a part of the city that this is a part of the city that's really designed to accommodate higher density. And in fact, I would remind all of us that the city just undertook a process just about 5 years ago, that looked at how dense we want these corridors to be, and went through a very deliberative process to come up with the numbers that we were talking about earlier, where we want to channel that density. So from a density perspective, I think this is exactly what we were looking for. And you know, people can disagree about design and some of the features in the commercial space, but for me personally, the density is not a negative. In fact, it is a positive, and I think it will help breathe life into this community. What's going to really impact places like West Haven is what happens right across the street from this site. The same owner owns both parcels. And I've had conversations with that owner. I know some other people in the room have had conversations with that owner about what happens to that site and how the development of that site can help tie West Haven into what's happening on West Main Street, so it's not nearly as isolated and segregated as it is now. West Haven was deliberately built to hide poverty, to hide away poor people, to wall them off from the broader community, in some cases literally wall them off from the broader community. And what happens in this stretch is really going to help reintegrate West Haven, or integrate West Haven to the West Main corridor. And one thing I will say about affordable housing, we're one of the very few cities in the Commonwealth, maybe, I don't know if there's any others, that we actually went down to the General Assembly. We're the only one? Okay, there's one other. We actually went down, I personally, others from the city, went down to the General Assembly about 5 years ago, got a bill passed that allows us, in instances like this, where we have projects that are relatively high density, to require, under these conditions that we're talking about tonight, require the developer to either include units, affordable units on site, or contribute to affordable housing fund. That's typically not done in Virginia. The General Assembly doesn't give localities very many tools to incentivize and or require affordable housing. We're one of 2 localities that have been given that tool. And in this case, this project could result, I believe, in the largest ever contribution to our city's affordable housing fund. Is that correct? About almost $500,000 to our city's affordable housing fund, unless they choose to build the units on site. And that money can in turn leverage millions of other dollars. And we've seen this time and time again, where an infusion of a few $100,000 here or $500,000 there can be used to leverage millions of dollars in additional capital to create affordable housing for families and individuals in our community. So I wanted to make sure that that was sort of understood. For all those reasons, I'm prepared to support this project. I do believe that it is going to breathe life into a stretch of the city that really needs it, and in the process will help generate some real capital to help us address some of our affordable housing challenges.
I'd like to say something. In terms of process, as Mr. Norris says, I mean, this project has done everything right. This site has done everything right. 2000, there was the Tortigalis study that generated a change and an incorporation into the 2001 comprehensive plan. That in turn generated changes to the zoning ordinance 2003. That then gives everyone the predictability, the awareness that they need of what is supposed to be going on there. It did everything right. It's a best practice. This doesn't happen everywhere in the city, but in this particular case, this really has followed best practice. I think it will fill in all a major missing tooth. It'll begin to fill in all the missing teeth along the West Main Street, which is, again, essential for activating that street life that will make it possible to attract more rooftops in. And just like public transportation, which needs at least 7 dwelling units per acre to sustain an effective, efficient bus service, you can't attract a grocery store without at least 800, 1,200 units within a 120-acre area. I mean, it needs a lot of roof, and that, clarify that, that's only for a 3,000-foot corner store. So to get a real grocery store there, you need a lot of people, a lot of people. This is the beginning step. It is going to increase the city's tax base 12-fold from what's existing there now. An empty parking lot at $28,000 for the year is going to go up to be $500,000 a year. It's going to be contributing to the housing fund, which is, again, will leverage hundreds and hundreds of more different kinds of units in the community. The fact that the owner of the property is also the owner of the property across the street does give rise to some wonderful opportunities for the West Haven community. And there will be engagement. But there was a lot of public engagement throughout the last decade about what this zoning and what this vision was all about for this site. So I feel very strongly that this will promote the multimodal corridor. It's going to be promoting pedestrian activity, bike activity. it is in keeping with so many other aspects of our comp plan. I've already mentioned the idea of the plaza, but the applicant's already moving in that direction. I would just like to emphasize the importance of looking at the architectural control district guidelines with regards to the kind of the scale and detailing of your storefronts. I know that's another level of detail. That is also going to be making or breaking the experience, however. If it's, and those guidelines have some good comments to follow. And I understand that there's going to be the opportunity to meet with staff as the process unfolds. I would like to encourage staff to work with the Place Design Task Force as they need to get some insights as to what that would be, expeditiously, not to slow anything down, but just as a resource. And I'd just like to end that, I mean, as far as I know, there's probably 3 different documents you had to be working with, right? There was the Architectural Control District, there was the entrance corridor, there was the zoning itself, there was the comprehensive plan, there was 4 documents. You also had a 7-member planning commission, you had a 9-member Board of Architectural Review. I must say, I'm just pretty amazed that you came up with a building that has as much kind of design integrity as it does, because it could have easily been the horse designed by committee. And so you've got more details to go and do, but every step of the way, and I've watched the Planning Commission, I've watched what's going on in the BAR, you've been incorporating all the comments. I have a lot of faith in the applicant to do the right kind of a design in the final analysis. So I support the project.
Yeah, and don't worry, because I'm going to be in the minority. But I hate to disagree with my fellow councilors, but I find it hard to believe that the planning that was done 4 and 5 years ago, which I absolutely trust was very thoughtful and cognizant of our history and our future dreams for Charlottesville, envisioned student housing on Main Street. I mean, this is student housing. This isn't residences, this isn't households, it's student housing. It's basically, I hate to say it, but it's a glorified dormitory in its design. And that's what you do, and that's fine. It's just on our Main Street in a zoning it's a university zoning in a different, zoning area, basically. All of the things we heard, is student housing new urbanism? Maybe it is. And, so be it. But there are living and working households in this area, and that's one of the concerns, is that this does back up to a very, one of our vibrant neighborhoods, one of our neighborhoods that's really coming alive, Fifeville, not to mention Weston Page, 10th and Page, sorry, and West Haven. But just immediately behind it is Fifeville. And one of my concerns, both at the Planning Commission and in listening tonight, is there's been a lot of attention to the design in the front of the building, that which faces West Main Street, and very little about what faces Fifeville. And in fact, that's where this 8-story tower is the only way I know how to say it. It seemed to be this cement thing that went up, and I hope it's got more design than that. But 8 stories is a lot. That's the Lewis and Clark building, and it's we're told, on a very high point, which means it's going to loom over Fifeville. So, as I say, I just can't imagine that this kind of density. I wish it was more households. I wish it was more mixed use. I have another hard time believing that this is actually what mixed use means, that there's just open space on the ground floor and a whole bunch of that's going to be parking. I don't believe it's mixed use. I don't believe it's new urbanism. I'm sorry, but most everybody else agrees. Just want to put that one in.
Let me make a few comments. I think this is the right project in the right location. It will provide the density we need in West Main Street corridor. It will be transit oriented, it will be mixed use, And it will also provide, as Mr. Norris said, money for affordable housing. And it will help in many ways people who need help. It will help our tax base, and it will be also provide some public spaces and public plaza. I think the design is getting in the direction of where it is not only one-sided design, but all four-sided has been designed, including the back, with landscaping, with the design of the building itself. I think it would be a great asset to this community, and I'm trying to support it.
We've already got 3 votes, and I'm actually the 4th, but I just wanted to kind of respond a little bit to the idea of students in that neighborhood. And I think that what we've seen over the last several years is that we already have students in that neighborhood, especially graduate students. And I think that one of the concerns that I've really had is looking at neighborhoods like 10th and Page and Fifeville, the fact that a lot of those students are moving into houses that had previously been affordable houses for families. And because they could pay more, the rent prices for those houses have gone up. Houses that are broken up into apartments, they've brought noise into the neighborhoods. You know, it's a whole different kind of feel when students are living there. And I think that something like this, which is, you know, obviously students want to live in this area. They're moving into neighborhoods. And to have a huge influx of apartments available to that population, both students and non-students, I think really will help to relieve some of that pressure on the neighborhoods that's driving rents up. So I'm hopeful, and that's one of the main reasons that I support this project.
Is there a motion?
That's a
I had
motion.
Go
ahead.
One other comment, which was I was troubled to hear from Ms. Johnson that I know that the applicant, even though the applicant wasn't legally required to reach out to the 10th and Page community, I know they did, but I'm concerned to hear that there was a breakdown and that word did not get to, and I'm not putting this on your shoulders, but somewhere along the way that communication did not extend from the 10th and Page Neighborhood Association to the residents of West Haven, it sounds like. And so I hope in the future that whether it's staff or, and we figure out a way to make sure that West Haven residents, West Haven Tenant Association is included in those communications.
And these pictures are in our agenda online, so they're in the background materials.
Is there a motion on the floor
Yes, I made it.
with the condition as recommended by the Planning Commission?
Oh, yes. Do I need to go read the whole thing, or shall I just say it with the conditions added by the Planning Commission?
There is a
which I
written
read?
resolution
Okay.
in your package.
All right.
Okay.
So it'll take me a minute to finger my way back to it.
Can I ask another question, just to reassure me that you say it's going to be targeted, the target populations are students. When non-students apply for a bedroom, I assume there's no rejection of people.
This is conventional. Anybody can rent.
Do you pair people up?
Yeah, it's a fair housing issue.
Yeah, I would think.
Yeah.
Just for the record, in case that comment couldn't be heard on the microphone, absolutely, they welcome all prospective residents to the community. They want everyone to be welcome there that wants to live there. And as Mr. Tolbert reminds me, certainly fair housing laws and other anti-discrimination regulations and laws will apply.
So children could live there, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
May I just point out that on page 8 of the staff memo, it does provide an alternative suggested motion that says to pay attention to the West Main illustrative plan and have staff approval of the preliminary site plan. So there's a modified version. And the way these suggested motions were written, it says the special use permit application, and I wonder if it should have been written resolution. Does that match?
There is a resolution.
Okay. So as long as we get the okay, excellent. Thank you. That was page 8, but Mr. Brown is just...
What of the whole thing? Thank you.
Oh,
What about that?
It was 120, it was 123 of the whole thing.
Okay.
But Mr. Brown has just pointed out to me that the resolution itself includes the West Main illustrative.
But here are the suggested motions, which are on page 123. So,
Right, you're approving the resolution. The suggestion motions were for the Planning Commission.
oh, good. That's what I
Okay,
thought. Okay,
great. Thank
so,
you.
Yes,
Thanks
I would
for the
like
clarification.
to to move that we accept the resolution in our agenda.
Is there a second?
And it included all of those conditions in it. I
Is there a
can't find
second
it
to
again, but
is there a
it's, I
second
saw
to the
it.
motion?
I'll second it.
Discussion.
There it is.
For that, let's vote. Thank you. Fourth item on the agenda is a public hearing concerning abandoned gas easement on Whitewood Road. Lauren Hildebrand.
I'm going to present that, Mr. Hoosier.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, next item on your agenda is a proposed ordinance offered on first reading and a public hearing governing the abandonment of a gas line easement on Whitewood Road in Albemarle County. This is an easement that was given to the city in 2007. It has never been used. The developer is now proposing to grant the city a new easement, which will take the place of the one that's the subject of this ordinance. So we simply don't need the easement anymore. And staff's requesting that you hold a public hearing and approve on first reading the ordinance so that it carries over to the next reading.
Is there any questions before I open the public hearing? Open the public hearing. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on this topic? If not, the public hearing is closed. Is there a discussion or a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move the ordinance.
Second.
Yes, second. Any discussion on the motion?
It's first reading.
This is first reading. Item number 5 is a report on fiscal year 2014 budget guidelines and long-term forecast. Leslie Beauregard,
And we do have a PowerPoint.
your PowerPoint?
Is it on? Yeah, I can try. Oh, there we go. Thanks. Sure. Okay. All right. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Hi, good evening. I'm Leslie Beauregard. I'm the city's Director of Budget and Performance Management, for those who don't know me. And I guess this is kind of the official, unofficial. I feel like we've been talking about this budget for months now. But we're really starting to get into the meat of the budget now. We've got just about 3 more months left until we have to present something formally to City Council in March. So tonight we're going to take the opportunity to talk about the long-term forecasts and then get some feedback from Council on some budget guidelines going into next year. So basically that's what I just said. Looking at some discussion and feedback to approve the budget guidelines, and then at the end I also have some dates, and I can have the clerk work with council to finalize the work sessions and the community budget forum dates. And I apologize, that's off center, but okay, they're adjusting it. Okay, there we go. Hey, and the magic occurs. Okay, cool. All right, great. Thanks, Paige. Great. Okay. So we've got, and none of this should be any surprise to counselors. We've had work sessions about these. Your retreat focused on a lot of these issues. There's a lot of big budget drivers going into next year. Among those, the city schools. We've talked about them quite a bit. The city has health care and retirement costs that we have to pay for. Of course, council has your own priorities and initiatives that you want to see funded. We've got nonprofit and outside agency requests. We have hundreds of thousands of dollars in new requests next year alone that we're going to have to deliberate over and come to some recommendation. We used some one-time revenue in fiscal year 13, and most of that was to help fund the city schools. And then, we haven't really been giving raises, market rates like we should in several, over the years as we'd like to. So we're really losing our competitive edge, and that's beginning to wane a little bit on kind of where we fit in with the overall market. And after, it's okay to do that once in a while, but after a while you start to get too far behind, and then you really have to make up for lost time. So all these are major issues going into next year. And again, none of this should be a surprise to council. So we do a long-term forecast, and a lot of that really beyond 14 at least. We have a pretty good foothold on where we think we're going to be going into fiscal year 14. Beyond that, though, we have to do a lot of estimations and trending. We do have monthly revenue team meetings. That includes budget office staff, finance, commissioner, revenue, treasurer, economic development. I might be forgetting somebody. But we meet monthly and usually quarterly when we get off the budget season to talk about revenues, what are the trends showing, and so we have constant conversations about revenues. On the expenditure side, we look at those at least quarterly to see if there's anything outstanding that we need to look at. So we're keeping an eye on those as well. We also keep an eye on issues we know are coming up that need to be addressed, anything that needs to be, that we know is coming online, that we're going to have to pay for. And then we're always very conservative and cautious about the economy, and I think that's pretty loud and clear in terms of how we budget, and that conversation's come up quite a bit, I think, as part of the year-end discussions. And then we want to take a strategic review of services and programs. I mean, that's also part of what we do each budget season, is really look hard, and we're even taking a harder look this year. I think we've kind of become more sophisticated at this over the years, at really looking strategically at what we do, how we do it, does it make sense? Are we, is the program really doing what it's supposed to be doing, and are we using the dollars as wisely as we can be? So all these strategies go into building a budget and to building the long-term forecast. So I'm just going to go over quickly some of the major revenue sources. The largest one, of course, is real estate. This, again, we bring in approximately $50 million a year just in real estate tax revenue alone, and that's an $146 million budget. And again, we're not seeing much movement in real estate tax revenue. We were expecting in 2012 assessments to increase by about 2%, but it looks like now they're going to be flat. So we're going to have to bring those estimates down a little bit. So we're not seeing much movement on real estate tax. Again, this is our major source of revenue coming into the city. So at least it's not going down very much. It's still staying relatively level. Sales tax revenue, on the other hand, slightly different story. That's actually trending upwards nicely. And you can see that based on our revised 2013 number, we're back pretty much at pre-recession levels back in 2008. So that's good. That maybe gives us a little more confidence in the economy. People are going out, they're buying things. So we see that is trending upwards fairly nicely. So that looks pretty strong. BPOL, in a similar fashion. Sure. Business, professional, occupational licenses, and it's based on what a business brings in gross receipts. And so the commissioner receives a monthly report on those receipts. Based on what he has seen, it looks like that's doing quite well also and trending upwards. We have to watch carefully, though. Well, sales tax, any of these taxes, we have to watch carefully. Things that are occurring in the county, such as Stonefield, such as the development down on the south end of town. So we just have to keep an eye on those, and part of that is trying to figure out where in the revenues some of those items might fall that we might have to bring back a little bit. So that's, but as of now, this looks very healthy. Meals and lodging, similar story here. Again, these have been very healthy. You see a little bit of a dip in 14. Remember when council passed the 13 budget, we got a one-time windfall of revenue, changing the way we accrued the revenue. We gained a month, but that was a windfall, so we're going to have to bring that back a little bit. But still, that revenue, both of these are growing, so we don't see any changes there. The changes look positive. So in terms of the major sources of revenue, which include real estate, personal property, sales, BPOL, meals, lodging, utilities, and county revenue sharing, These are the percentage changes each fiscal year. Actually, the actuals up to 12 and then projected. And you'll see we're not even close to the 8% we saw pre-recession levels. 2% is more looking like the trend of growth in those major revenue sources going forward. So as we build budgets in the future, we have to really keep that in mind, that really we can't grow more than our revenues are growing. So we've said this a couple years now, that 2%, 1% to 2% seems to be the magic number right now, and that really hasn't changed from last year. So this is the chart everybody hates, and I always have to explain it every year. So I'm not looking at you at all. But let me explain what this chart is. This basically trends out our long-term forecast from fiscal year 13, which is where we are currently, which we don't see right now. We're actually right on for 13. Revenues are up a little bit, expenditures, it's hard to tell right now. But 14, you can see that we do have a gap that starts to grow, and then as you go out farther, that gap grows larger. But if you look at 15 through 18, it's really impossible to tell you where that gap, what's going on necessarily with that gap in between revenues, expenditures, and the top line, the red line is expenditures, and the bottom is revenue. But what it does, the point I want to make here is that every year we have a job to do in the city, which is present a balanced budget to council. So our job by next March is to make sure that gap in 14 is 0. That we have a balanced budget that makes sense, that is a good long-term process for the city. And some of the things contributing to that looks like about a $2.5 million gap in 14. One is that we've got in there $1.8 million going to the schools in new money. We've got requirements to fund health care and retirement, which is about $1 million in new money. And this is offset by other things that are making that gap be smaller. So all these combined as a net are creating that gap. I've got a salary adjustment in there, which, again, I spoke to that earlier. On the revenue side, we used a lot of one-time revenue, about $1.2 million in 13 to help balance the budget. And we're also seeing a decrease in city-county revenue sharing by about $600,000. And other local revenues are growing modestly. So right now, as it looks right now, that blue line right there, the fiscal year 14 budget is actually going to be less than the budget we're in right now by about $600,000. The red line, the expenditures line, obviously is greater than that. So that's what we have to do. We have to shrink those two lines together and make the red line and the blue line come together and get a balanced budget. But ultimately, we have to make sure we're matching our expenditures with where we believe revenues are going to fall. And that's partly where the budget guidelines come in that we ask council to look at each year. And I'm not put up 50 slides of all the guidelines. I just put up the 2 that we changed. The other ones we're not proposing to change at all. There's one guideline that has that changed a little bit. That first one, we've always had building a reserve for council priority initiatives, but we also added some language about a council discretionary fund. At the work session we had, I think it was over the summer, we talked about having 2 pots of money, one for your larger initiative priorities, and then another one for kind of the smaller requests that you get during the year, which is the reason we passed that policy, which has a 2-tiered approach for that. So we added a guideline for that. And then we also added another guideline regarding the meals tax or another revenue source. Well, I don't think we've heard any interest at all from council about increasing the real estate tax, which, remember, is the first guideline that will not be increased. So that one would immediately be off the plate unless we heard otherwise. Really what number 2 up there is asking council to give us is just flexibility to look at revenue sources, to explore what that would be. I'm not saying right now, or I don't think anybody said that we couldn't balance the budget without that. It would be difficult, though. We're going to do our best, though. I mean, if we come to a collection of decisions and we don't have to use a revenue, great. But we want to have the flexibility to be able to explore that and have all the options on the table. And so that was the reason for that other change, that additional guideline. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this in recent days and recent weeks. So I know you all might want to talk about this one tonight. So in terms of the budget process, we've got a lot going on right now. We actually haven't started meeting with departments yet. Those meetings will start this week, and they'll go for the 2 weeks before the holiday, the end of the year. We've got the National Citizen Survey that they're wrapping up right now. Those results will be available pretty soon. That might give some good information to help feed the budget process. We've also got the Citizen Budget Survey, which will be ready. The results are due mid-January, so probably early February those results will be ready. We are reviewing department requests, and we're doing this a little bit differently this year. And some of this was based on some of the feedback we got from council, and thinking about how the agency budget review team works, was we're using a peer review group. And what we did was we picked some lead team members to actually review budgets of their peers. And so they would review a budget of a department that they know nothing about. So it would be a totally fresh look of eyes on a brand new budget. They would meet with each other. They would ask questions. They would consult. They would talk about collaboration. So it's a way not only to get a fresh pair of eyes on a budget that's never seen it before, but it's a chance for lead team members and department heads to really say, okay, I didn't know you did this. I do this too. Let's collaborate. I mean, there's opportunities there that maybe we can find efficiencies. So I think it'll be an exciting process. It wasn't hard to sell to people. I think people really wanted to do this. And so we start, again, that's how we're going to be reviewing department budgets this year. So hopefully that'll go well. We're calling it a pilot. But I'm sure it'll get tweaked as we go along. But I'm excited about it. I think it'll be a good process. We're also reviewing the nonprofit agencies currently. And then the capital improvement program goes before the Planning Commission public hearing actually next Tuesday. They looked at it at their work session a week or so ago. Didn't really have too many questions, I don't think. And so we'll see how the public hearing goes next week. So in terms of the timeline, sometime in late February, council will actually receive the budget. March 4th, it'll be formally presented along with the school's budget. And then the proposed dates, and I added a work session, also based on some feedback I received from council last year on kind of the setup of the work sessions, are the 7th, 14th, 21st, and 20th, and those are all Thursday nights. The 18th is the first public hearing, and the 20th is what we're proposing as the community budget forum. And as we'll confirm all these dates, obviously, and see how they work with calendars. In April, we have the second public hearing on the 1st, and then another budget work session on the 4th, and then the budget's approved on the 9th, which is a Tuesday before the Planning Commission meeting. So a little bit early this year, but that's not a bad thing. And that concludes my presentation. And anybody, citizens, whoever's interested in the budget, we have all this information up on our website, and as we update it, we'll give information to council. We'll continually update the website as well. So thank you.
I had a question before we get started. Did you say that you have already decided to include 1.8 million additional money for schools?
I was told that, well, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. That was.
I wasn't at the work session. I think you all discussed that.
We included that after discussions at the work session. There seemed to be support consensus from council to support $1.8 million in new money for the schools to help them with their deficit.
And that was a compromise position.
It was, indeed.
Asking them to make a cut of a similar amount.
That's correct.
May I ask, but is the current school budget deficit?
Based on our last conversation with them, it was anywhere between $3 and $4 million, but I think that included a pay raise that I'm not sure if they're going to propose if they have to put cuts on the table. So I'm not 100% sure. I don't have an exact number, but we believe it's somewhere between $3 and $4 million.
My recollection of the discussion of the schools was that I think Mr. Norris and Stakers and Ms. Galvin thought that you could find that kind of money, and suggestion was meals tax additions. And I don't know if that is still the case.
Well, I'm not sure I would argue that we could find it. I think I argued that we had to find it because, you know, schools are important in our community. Their budgets have been cut by a third from the state. And I think that, if we value education, we need to put our money where our mouth is.
And just to correct the record, the proposal was for the city to come through with $1.8 million, either from additional revenue
Right.
or from some other source. For instance, we have an economic development downturn reserve, which we've been accumulating over the last several years, which now has about $8 million in it, roughly. So there are pots of money. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, they weren't linked to
Right.
specific.
So we didn't agree to continue the 1.8 million to, in other words, it's one-time money, again, or really?
The way that I looked at it, because I was the one who made the proposal, was that, last year we put in about $3 million
Over $3 million.
of one-time money. If we do 1.8 million this year, I want to see us gradually sort of wean them off of the one-time money, because it eventually doesn't become one-time money. But I see us moving in the direction of working with them within, their budget constraints and our budget constraints to make them whole.
And I would, looking at these projections, it was a little disheartening to see the revenue projections so, with the growth rate so expected to be low. I think that, as we've done these one-time infusions, we know that the state cuts are permanent.
Yes.
And so it's not like the need is going to go away. It's not like students are going to stop needing an education. And I think we kept hoping that the economy would turn around so that general revenues would produce enough to make up the difference. And it's now looking like that may not be the case. But
I think, if I remember correctly, when we went through the budgeting process last year, one of the things that we talked about was this one-time money. And I think that at the time, there was kind of a commitment to not continue to fund with one-time money.
Right.
And there was a concern about doing that. It's not the best way to budget long-term.
not a one-time need.
And it's not a one-time issue.
May I put something out there as well? 'Cause I'm reflecting on the utility tax and how the Water Resources Protection Program and the advisory committee, then I guess they had AMEC was the consultant. I thought that process was very good in terms of identifying a serious problem with infrastructure, having a group of very experienced people in the area of water management, stormwater management. And I'm wondering if that can provide us with a model of how to deal with and come up with a permanent solution to the fiscal situation for the city schools, both in terms of their operating budget as well as their capital improvement program. And I'm thinking specifically of the reconfiguration of the schools. And so, as Ms. Zagos was talking, the changes that have happened to the city schools are structural. The census changes that occurred in 2011, where the college students from other localities could no longer be counted as children under 18 in the Charlottesville census, that had a significant impact on our revenue from the state. Richmond's cuts in VRS. So I know we have trend information about that it's been increasingly a situation where state revenues are going down, we have to go up. We need to find a permanent solution, and I think it needs to be looked at very comprehensively, looking at all kinds of revenue. Meals tax, proffer, look at our proffer agreements, what other kind of permits and fees, using economic growth, yes, for property tax revenue, but also looking at whether we can increase tap fees. And then again, bringing up the whole idea of consolidation of departments as well as any kind of extra cuts that we could find in our own system as we're asking the city schools to do. So what I'm proposing is that we can't solve this permanent problem immediately. We've got to come up with another short-term solution. That's what I'm feeling. But we do need to get on a track where there is a very, very prudent investigation and then a solid solution to come up with a long-term strategy for dealing with the city schools. And, I'm trying to think, when we came up with the 40% rule, 40% of new revenue, how was that determined? Was there some sort of a task force that looked at that?
I do not know. We could try to find out.
Because I don't think they pulled it out of thin air.
No.
But that was when they were growing. So
Yeah.
now we don't.
Well, but we're going to start seeing some growth, but I think you're very right. 2% is a good, prudent number to look at. But we have to look at the new realities and how do we solve this problem? And we've got to do it once and do it once right.
One thing I don't know that it would, well, I know that it wouldn't solve all of this, but I was just at the National League of Cities meeting, a couple of us went this year, and this is, of course, something that a lot of cities are facing, these sort of budgetary crunches, especially around schools and social services, as we get cuts from the nation and the state. And one of the models that they talked about that I'm hoping we can sort of look at, it's very new and you know, not exactly untested, but not tested here, is they're called social impact bonds, and they're not really bonds, but getting investment from either a foundation or from an actual investment company, and Goldman Sachs is doing some of these, where they would invest in, say, making a loan payment for 5 years of a preschool program, like a 3-year-old program that the schools are trying to do, because they know that after 5 years of investment, that's going to be saving the school district money in special ed and remedial work. And so, you know, kind of building that savings in, but taking the risk at the front end with a payment. You know, some of those more creative ways I'd like to see us looking at, as well as, you know, other things, because when we start talking about long-term revenue sources, we have to also look at long-term structural things that may reduce costs without cutting services.
Exactly.
But I would propose that we leave everything on the table for now, not committing to support or denial of it, sort of the way I did with the marijuana legislation or the ordinance, because it's, you know, to give you all as many tools as you can, to urge you to try to, you know, to figure this out without adding.
Well, and that's how we've done the different approach with the peer review. I mean, that's, you know, we knew we needed a different approach to look at the budgets, and that, you know, having a few people look at it was not going to solve the problem, but having, you know, really the lead team start to have more of an interest in this, and, you know, frankly, you know, help us do this. And so they're the experts, and they'll be able to talk to each other about it. So I think that approach will help with that a lot. So I think we are just looking for a balanced approach that will help us, you know, create a good proposal. So
I think I'll be clear to say that meals tax, I personally don't see desirability of increasing meal taxes as a way to solve our revenue problems, at least in my mind.
I tend to agree, or I do agree, and I really hope as part of this conversation about you know, the best path forward is funding for public education is the most important thing that we do in the city. It's by far the biggest single line item in our budget. There's so much to be gained from having, you know, well-funded, adequately funded schools, and we all benefit from that. The reality is that our per pupil spending is about, I believe, about 60% higher than the statewide average. And there's only 2 cities in the entire Commonwealth of Virginia that come anywhere near close to what we spend on a per pupil basis in our schools. And so I think that has to be part of the conversation, is on the spending side. Are we getting the best bang for our buck? Are we running the system as efficiently as possible? These are not easy conversations to have, but I'd much rather focus on using the kind of approach that I mentioned earlier about, you know, asking for some modest reductions from the schools, us stepping in, you know, on a gradual basis, you know, with short-term support, but getting them to the point where they're not dependent on the city for additional support. It may not happen overnight, but I think we can get there. So.
I would, you know, we should remember that the city income level is 30% lower than the state average. And I think most other cities are larger and have more of a balance. I think ours, you might find that we are also one of the lowest income cities, at least as far as our public school population. We have, 54% of our kids are on free and reduced price lunches. So our schools have a lot of challenges that other schools systems don't have. I hate to see that number thrown around that, we spend so much per pupil, because I think if we look at the way that we're spending money, we have one of the highest rates of students getting AP credits. We have a program that is going to give kids a chance for a 2-year associate degree when they graduate, so that they can enter the workforce ready to work. We have, we're looking at, the schools are trying to find a way to institute 3-year-old programs in the schools, because we know that children who come into kindergarten not ready for kindergarten work are, that's how they gauge how many prison beds to put in for 30 or 20 years from now. So I think that we have over the past several years had kind of fluctuating attendance rates in our schools, or enrollment rates. I think if our enrollment rates go down, it may be because the schools, people have a negative idea of the schools, and what we need to do is make sure our schools are the best schools they can be, and to starve them slowly, I think will just exacerbate that problem. I think we talk about, people, I get all these, look at these websites of people who are making inquiries about, I'm moving to the area and I have kids, where should I live? And you hear people responding, oh, move to the county. But, they're more affluent schools. I would say they're not better schools, but if we don't continue to fund our schools adequately, they won't be better schools, and we'll have a hard time attracting families to our community. And I think that that's just someplace that I don't want to be on council when that happens. So I think that we should be looking at every revenue possibility at this point, when we're still 4 months out, 5 months out. I would hate to choke off what might turn out to be a really good way of raising revenue for our schools. I'm not saying that we should absolutely do the meals tax, but in the experience that I've seen in other communities, especially in Roanoke, where their only regret was they put a sunset clause on having it just a 2-year program, of raising the meals tax by 2 cents. They found that restaurants in the community actually gained business and were more profitable, because part of that 2-cent tax went for a marketing campaign to push for people to eat in local restaurants. They did better in their restaurants than the surrounding county did. So, I think it's something that, although restaurants are very rightfully cautious and worried about it, and we need to bring them into the conversation, and it may be that it isn't the right answer, to cut it off before we've even had that conversation, I think would be a real mistake.
I think we have a good school system. I'm not saying that we should not spend money, but I think I agree with Mr. Norris. We have to look at are we getting the best mileage for what we are spending right now, and if there are ways to better use that. And I understand there will be some additional money needed anyway.
Yeah, but they're not mutually exclusive, what you two said. I mean, they're...
Right, and I think the number, we have both a blessing and a curse with the number of schools that we have, particularly at the elementary level. When you hear parents talk about what they like about the schools, it's their kids can, in many cases, can walk to school. They like it being that convenient. They love the fact that our schools they're on average around 300 students at the elementary level. But when you look at surrounding counties that have a much lower per student cost, they also have fewer schools that are larger with lots of busing. So again, it's part of the blessing and the curse. It's what's going to attract people as our walkable city. And you can't get your cake and eat it too. As we're growing our young adult population, they will be settling down, having children. A city without children is a dying city. We have got to keep promoting this is a place to raise.
You should have come with me Saturday morning to downtown. You're seeing quite a few children.
Right. So all I would like to say is that, and again, as Ms. Aiko is saying, is keep you as flexible as possible. But I would probably modify the guideline to say meals tax and instead of or, and other revenue within the broader context of taxes and fees, economic growth, departmental cuts and consolidations of both the city schools and the city departments.
And, I think what you just said, Kathy, is actually illustrates exactly what's, has being said by all parties here, which is that we do have attractive schools that you can walk to, but not everybody can walk to their school. So if the schools, by becoming more efficient, actually can make all of those things that make the schools attractive to families even better, by just this, $3 to $4 million deficit can be a real opportunity to just relook at how we do things, and that we're kind of stuck 40 years ago in a model that may have been logical then, but is no longer logical. This is an opportunity, and we can make our schools even better for all children. And that's that. But everybody's saying that. Everybody's saying the same sentiment. Is just how you get there is. And there's lots of options. One of my concerns is that we're not hearing a lot from the schools about their deficit. I mean, we've had a number of meetings with them about other things, but I haven't heard much. Have you, Mr. Jones?
Actually,
I have.
I mean, a lot of the discussion that we've had with our work sessions have been centered on the budget.
Well, ours, but with the schools.
No, and even in the joint meetings that we had with the schools, a lot of the focus has been on their deficit, and, well, not just their deficit, but also the middle school reconfiguration project as well.
Right,
So that's been part of
that.
that discussion as well. So,
Right.
I mean, they are concerned that they will definitely have to have cuts. I mean, even if we stayed at the $1.8 million, they're going to have to make some sort of cut to their budget.
Well, that's
for
what
next
I'm
year.
talking about,
Yeah.
details about really how they're going to meet their end of the bargain.
They have not presented that just
Yeah,
yet.
right. That was my concern,
I
is that
think
we're not hearing.
they're working on it.
Just to change the topic slightly, there's also a deficit of $2 to $3 million on our own side, on the city budget itself. I think we need to look at that also as to see how where we're going to cut and where we're going to save to be able to manage that kind of magnitude of deficit.
Yeah, when we met, I think last time and talked a little bit about this, our deficit numbers that we had were a little bit larger than they are today. Fortunately, we've gotten some good information recently. As I've mentioned every time we've met, a lot of this information is fluid because we're so early in the process that we started this discussion. So some of that information has actually improved for us. But we're still talking about, if you take the $1.8 million that council said that they wanted to provide to the schools for operating, plus what we're looking at, it could be anywhere between $750,000 to $1.5 million or $2 million with our deficit, depending on how things play out with our operating budgets. You're still talking about anywhere between $3 to $4 million overall deficit that we would be facing for next year.
And that on the city side doesn't include anything new.
That's nothing.
That's just status quo,
Well, it includes $1 million in new health and retirement.
But I'm talking
Yeah, but
about
it's-
programs.
Yeah,
you
new
know.
programs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have to do that.
Having to change your mechanical
Yeah, I
system,
mean, we
it
have
doesn't
to
really
do that,
show.
but I'm talking about if council says they want to have some new programs, that's a whole other conversation. And so as we kind of move forward, and I mean, as like Mr. Jones said, we're still this is kind of the early part of the process. I'll know a lot more by the end of this month, but the numbers do move a lot, and so that's just the nature of the game right now.
Just to make life a little more interesting, what I'm going to say is it may bother some people, but for example, we're going to get a profit of about $500,000 from the project we just approved. And we can still use that money in housing, affordable housing, instead of our own money in that, and still have enough money in affordable housing, net dollar-wise.
Are you saying to not put new money into affordable housing because we have the proffer?
If we have the proper money, if we
But
also
that's
get the
supposed
proper
to be
money.
an addition, that fund is supposed to grow by that amount, no?
That's
I agree. I mean, I think that would undermine the whole.
But it does bring up the point I was trying to make, that we need to look at our proffer agreements and start building in contributions for schools. We don't do that right now. The Virginia Code doesn't, it's not to be in lieu of, but it's something that we should revisit as part of this investigation on how do we expand our revenue sources.
You can do that for schools like you can do for affordable housing. As Dave said, you get a special permission from the state for affordable housing.
The Virginia Code allows proffer agreements to include schools. It's in the Virginia Code. We shouldn't have to go back to the state
Operating
legislature.
money? I'm not sure.
The agreement, or your action tonight was a special use permit. It was not a proffer agreement. Proffers
Right.
are only applicable in rezonings. But the type of fund that would be benefited by the special use permit tonight can also be benefited by rezonings. Proffers, however, cannot apply to special use permits.
Right. I should have qualified that, but thank you.
Well, and I want to go back to my earlier point, which is, we deliberately set aside millions and millions of dollars over the last three or four budget cycles to deal with issues having to do with economic downturn. We only used a very small amount of that. We have $8 million sitting in that fund right now. How can we justify going out to the community for more revenue when we're not even
Absolutely.
using the revenue we have now?
Is that part of the reserve that we have to keep
No.
No,
balanced?
it's a separate reserve. I think, getting back to the use of that money for one-time expenditures or for ongoing operating. If we gave the schools another $1.8 million this year and said it's one time, they're going to have the same issue again.
Well, that's what I was saying, gradually, last year we did $3 million, do 1.8, gradually phase it out and accompanied by modest cuts on their end, and then hopefully as the economy continues to improve, revenues will increase.
And so I really do think this needs to be studied carefully. And again, that water resources management plan process was a very good one, just to think about how we could do this so that we're not guessing.
So what about adding to the language of was it guideline 2?
Well, it's, yeah,
Add-
it's the second one. the
Add
new one.
downturn fund as one of the other things to consider?
And use of downturn fund.
And just reserves in
Just as you're
general.
looking at it, yeah. But I wouldn't say regular reserves, because we do have to keep a balance of reserves to debt to operating, and I wouldn't want to do too much of that, but I would be comfortable at least looking at that to see if, I agree, I think that that's something that we need to keep on the table.
I'm wondering if we also need to look at different kinds of community engagement processes, and that at the VML conference this past fall, I did hear about Hampton City's I-Value story, which they use specifically during times of having to deal with serious budget constraints. They had an $18 million deficit, and they went through this process of engagement with the community to get the community to let them know what they were willing to give up. And the contact is Mary Bunting. She's the city manager now of Hampton City. I think it might be extremely valuable to get a read from the public. Maybe as we're doing our town halls, I don't know.
That's part of what the budget survey does, right? Is it a
This
matter
was
of-
a very intense.
Yeah, they did that also during their off-budget season, I think.
Yes,
I mean, they did,
they
it was
did.
kind of an all-year,
It's
so,
ongoing.
I mean, that's something, because I know Mary and I'm familiar with this as well, and, I think that would be a great ongoing thing to look at. And again, I think we become more sophisticated with this as we have the survey, we have the citizen survey that was mailed out, we have the budget survey. There's other tools out there. I know that the city manager is looking at citizen engagement tools. So there's lots of things in the toolbox, and this is one of those things. And I think we just need to gradually, figure out what's best for this community. And I-Value's worked great for Hampton. I mean, it's been wonderful for them. And so, yeah, that's definitely something to look into for sure. So.
Any other comments and guidelines?
Did we give you direction?
I think we need a little clarity on the meals tax and whether or not that will remain part of our consideration.
Like I said, I'm willing to look at it, but it's going to be part and parcel of other kinds of revenues, from all kinds of taxes to fees and proffers. I think we have to also look at I would love to see this budget issue, not just simply with the schools, but all our other needs, like the stormwater utility. What are all the other taxes that we might be raising, and how that's going to impact the public? So I want to see this in a broader context of, and then when we talk about revenues, look at the bid districts again. Look at all the different ways we can raise monies And then, of course, is the growth of the, I mean, it was lovely to see that we've got a project approved tonight, and that is, again, multiplying our tax revenues 12-fold.
Didi, do you have soft spots and guidelines?
Yeah, I have expressed my displeasure with the meals tax as a revenue source. I find it a absolute last-ditch effort, and certainly want to see more effort from the schools to economize and become more efficient before we would go to something like that. So, I doubt, from what I'm hearing, that the meals tax is going to happen this year. Certainly under the forecast. So, I hate for you to spend a lot of time on it.
I mean, I don't, in terms of that, the schools have, they've been communicated to, they're getting $1.8 million, so some way we're going to have to figure out where those funds come from, and it's going to be the city that's going to have to figure that out.
Yeah, I think it's a shame that we actually made that commitment at that time, given it falls on you, basically.
Well, again, I'm looking to my peer, I think our process will be a much improved one that will help deal with that, but it's going to be, it's going to be tough. So,
But I do think if we can find out what it is, what is that amount of money that is now the state used to cover, but we are now incurring, we're acting like the schools have somehow been bloating their budgets, and they have simply not. I really encourage people to read the management efficiency study that was done 4 years ago. It is extremely thorough study that goes into why there is a high per student cost, but we have a low per capita cost for schools. So we're not overdoing it from a per capita standpoint, but per student we are, because we're small, we have small schools, and we have a very high needs population. And I really urge everyone to take a look at that management efficiency study.
Is this the one where they recommended closing a school?
Yep. And that's what gave rise to the reconfiguration plan.
Right. Well, we don't have to go into that, but, if we're not going to abide by the management study, it doesn't.
Well, I think they're trying to
exactly help.
But it involves construction, and that's
If
why.
you look at the findings where there's been some suggestion that they are not efficient, it's very important to read that study. And then you will see that they are efficient. They meet all the benchmarks.
And they've absorbed a lot of unfunded mandates from the state in the last several years without raising their budget at all. So they've cut a lot of things already.
I mean, I think that, once again, the point, getting back to what Ms. Beauregard mentioned, is that if we abide by the $1.8 million that the council has indicated they'd like to provide a new money to the schools, and we have to cover our own deficit without any sort of revenue increase, if we're taking that off the table tonight, then we've got to find between $3 and $4 million from our current budget.
I'm not prepared to take that off the table. I am not prepared to take that off the table.
But I need that. I guess all I'm asking for is I need clarity, because I'm not.
Well, I think
I don't have that just
you
yet.
said 1.8 million council agreed. I didn't remember there was a consensus. I think it was a majority opinion.
Yes, that's what we need for agreement.
Exactly. But you said consensus. I don't remember there was a consensus.
Well, anyway, you got the job done.
And it was somewhat a compromised position, because some
Right.
people wanted more.
Right. I vividly remember that. Again, I would just say, I think everything still needs to be on the table in broader context. But
And I would say that if the meals tax stays on the table, we're not going to just run and go, we're going to increase the meals tax. I mean, we're going to look at every avenue possible before we did that. I mean, that's absolutely a promise that we can make. That's, again, the reason we're changing our process. We're taking a broader approach to it, is to get more ideas from departments on how to balance our budget, and not, and hopefully avoid an increase. But the fact of the matter is that the schools issue is systematic. It's a state-driven issue. It's not going to go away. It's going to come back next year and future years. And so to deal with it in some long-term process, that would be better than, another approach, which is just giving them one-time money year after year, although I guess there is an approach to weaning them off it, but you still have to approach it somehow to make it sustainable in some way. So that's concerning a little bit.
But they have a responsibility. The school system has a responsibility.
And I think that was the compromised approach, to say, we'll help you with half of the deficit.
They can't
and you
raise
can do
money.
the other way. Yeah, and that's the other.
But they can become more efficient, and it's not fair, if you'd like to put it that way, that the city is going to have to bend over backwards and come up with all these things, put everything on the table.
It's not fair, because the state has been cutting money. They've been totally abdicating the responsibility to the children of the state, and it's not fair. But it's not fair for us to blame the schools and to tell them that they just need to suck it
But
up.
if we're going to put everything on the table, the schools need to put everything on the table, too.
Well, no one's disagreeing with that.
We asked them to. That's why we split the difference.
And that's why I was concerned that we hadn't heard more from the schools as to, a broad range of options for their.
I think they've said they would find them. I don't think they need to tell us as they do it. They just need to do it. It's not our job to do their budget or to.
Exactly. So, it's really our, it's our choice how much.
It's our job to fund our schools.
So here's my proposal, which is, I'd like to see what the staff comes back with a budget that does not include revenue increases, and see what our choices are. And if at that point council decides these cuts are too draconian, we need more options, then I'd say let's look at it. But I would personally like to take it off the table for now, because I think I would like to see us, our first stab should be at coming up with a budget where we live within our means, within the existing.
I can agree with that, the way that was phrased.
I like that, but one thing that I'd like to add to that is that what I would really like to see is ongoing conversations with the restaurant industry in the meantime. Because I think that even if this doesn't happen this year, it might happen in the future, it might be something we'd look at in the future, and I don't want to do it without their support. I want to make sure that if we did do it, we find a way that benefits them, that they're comfortable with. It's not something I want to impose, and I don't think we could do that at the last minute if we find out that we're stuck. And so I'd rather start that process now.
That would be part of my concern, quite frankly, is if we get down the road and we're in January, mid to late January, early February, and we're presenting to you a list of potential cuts, and the response we get back from council is that's unacceptable. Because then it is difficult at that point to go back and say, okay, well, now we're going to do a meals tax or a real estate tax increase or whatever it may be. So that's part of my concern there.
I'm just thinking that we might be put in a position where we do have to do another one-time monies situation right now, and then get on a much more systemic way of dealing with this systemic problem. Because we probably will be behind the 8 ball at that point. But I do like the idea of going the austerity route first. But knowing full well that we may be caught without the resources we need at that point, at too late in the day. But I do want everything on the table for this longer-term solution. I do believe this is going to take some time to figure out the right mix and the right negotiations with all the parties involved to reach some mutual understandings between the schools, between the city, and wasn't there a conversation with the county schools last week? In the city and county schools? I don't know what happened with that.
I think that was primarily looking at their foundation and how to generate more community support, but I don't see that necessarily doing much this year to fill the budget hole.
But it could in the future if there's...
I think they are thinking along somewhat similar lines to, as Ms. Sakis mentioned earlier, about how do we generate more private capital, more private support. I love the social
impact
bonds. I think those are all great ideas.
Let me also say that I am very supportive of these are capital needs, like labs and things like that.
I think we were all pretty supportive, if I remember correctly. I don't remember.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that was something that the surplus from this past fiscal year 12 was going to be used for, correct?
Correct.
It could be. I mean, we haven't officially brought that to council.
But we seem to be leaning in that direction.
As it is an option for us.
And that's another important way that we are supporting our schools is, the idea that we'd be using the biggest chunk of that surplus for this very important capital need that the schools have that are going to make the schools more attractive,
Yes.
which will hopefully increase attendance, which will increase financial support, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Are there other comments you should convey to the staff for them to work at it?
This is what we would do normally. Are we suggesting we're coming back to you in January or something? I mean, that would be the earliest, obviously. I think we could come back. And it would be the latest, I would suggest, too, because then we're really crunching time after that. So.
First January.
Yeah, I think it would have to be the
that's-
second meeting in January, quite frankly, before we
I
could
think
come
it
back
couldn't
to
be
you.
that first week, but, yeah.
Okay.
So,
If not, we'll move to the next item.
Is that everything you need?
I think so. So.
You know what you got?
Do I know what I got? Yeah. It's way past my bedtime. That's all I know right now. Okay. I think what I've heard is, I think everybody's okay leaving everything on the table, but you want us to take the more austere approach and actually come back to council in January to show what those might look like, and then to make some decisions after that as we wrap up the budget and try to get a proposal done for March.
And meanwhile,
So-
open up communications with restaurants about
Right.
what it
What
could
that-
look like.
right.
And
Continue
look at-
those conversations.
Look at the Roanoke
Yeah.
model and see how that looks.
Does that sound good? That sounds good to me.
Okay.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Next item on the budget is the TJ Ped update.
A PowerPoint will be used.
I can't get it on. Is that all right?
Yes, let me slip that in your pocket or wherever's most comfortable.
I don't think I have a pocket, so I'll hold it up with that. And how do I advance it? I got too much here. There we go. Oop. I'm Helen Coffin, president of the Thomas Jefferson Partnership for Economic Development, located at 2211 Hydraulic Road in the Virginia Workforce Center. I really appreciate your time tonight to hear an update on our activities. As most of the council members know, I think, we were formed in 1995 in our public-private partnership really to bring the city together with 8 counties, higher education, and the private sector to focus on economic development collaboratively. And as your mayor said in your July 5th city work session, a good job is the best social program there is. Partners, just so you all know, we actually host the Central Virginia Small Business Development Center, and we also host the Piedmont Workforce Network. The Workforce Network is currently undergoing a strategic plan, and we appreciate Councilwoman Galvin's participation in that process, trying to do better in terms of developing solutions for employers as well as job seekers. We have a number of investors, 52 in all, 41 private sector, plus the 8 counties, City of Charlottesville, and then Small Business Development Center gets SBA funds, and PWN gets U.S. Department of Labor funds. The city has heard this presentation before, but just as a reminder, we did just complete a target markets report in April, gave a work session on that to you all. The 2 regional targets, as a reminder, are financial and business services and information technology. We think all the targets offer possibilities across a number of job skill levels, but these are the targets that have the best chances for success. They can be organic growth, support for existing businesses, as well as recruitment. We also, part of the same target markets report, had chapters for each jurisdiction in the TJ Ped region, which I think was the real beauty of the report. By everyone working together, a very expensive study was made affordable. We have regional targets as well as locality targets.
I think you all know this pretty well, but Charlottesville has three main targets: biosciences and medical devices, information technology, which is where we include defense and security, business and financial services, and then two complementary targets: health services and arts, design, sports, and media. I wanted to just quickly give you an update on our 2013 program of work. Our fiscal year started July 1, so we're already that year is already underway, but just wanted to quickly let you know some of the things that we're up to. The first is really promoting Central Virginia, including City of Charlottesville, as a good location for business. We're really trying to elevate the national profile of Central Virginia and strategically disseminate information about the region's advantages as a business location. And we do this through our website, through marketing outreach, partnerships with the region's localities, and your economic developer, Chris Engel, and his peers throughout the region. Virginia Economic Development Partnership, who's coming over tomorrow to do a presentation to the Chris Engels throughout the region. And by talking about our assets in Charlottesville, I think we're all very familiar with the nice quality of life here with the airport, strong research university, vibrant urban downtown, and of course a lot of wonderful housing options. So this is really about telling our story. The other thing we want to do that's equally important is cultivating and growing our local businesses. As part of the target markets, biosciences was one of the targets for Charlottesville and Albemarle County. So what we've already done is pull together the city, the county, UVA, and TJ Ped, pull together local executives in the bioscience industry. And we said to them, what can we do to help you remain and grow here? And then we also said, what are the best assets here? What should we be talking about when we tell the story to startups coming out of the university that we want to be sure stay here, or to growing biosciences companies that may be tempted to look elsewhere? So we got a lot of good information from them. We also assist with workforce development, again in partnership with PWN. A big strategic planning effort's underway, and I think stronger linkages to our existing businesses will be a key piece of that plan when it's unveiled. Part of their existing business strategy is also promoting our innovation and entrepreneurial culture. It is flourishing in the region. Charlottesville's the center of that, in my view. And TJ Ped strongly supports small business and entrepreneurship development, especially through the Central Virginia Small Business Development Center. We also want to deliver outstanding project management services. This means when existing business needs help in deciding, are the demographics right? What higher education attainment? Are the skill sets in the region? Will they work for their growing business? We provide a lot of research and information and have databases that all our economic developers and partners throughout the region can use, but we just pay one subscription fee as an example. We also help with site selection and identification for growing companies seeking a new location who want to stay here, that kind of thing, and also support our participating jurisdictions. So when we get leads directly, we're the project manager. But when leads come to the counties, we support those counties to try to help them as much as possible. And also promote a favorable climate for business. A lot of this really has to do with fostering regional collaboration. With 8 counties in the city of Charlottesville, we're focusing on trying to have everybody work together, because we think a collaborative approach is more efficient, effective, and ultimately more successful. Oops, it's not moving. Did here. What did I do? Oh, well. In conclusion, I don't know what happened. I might have done something. Who knows? Economic development, I always like to say, is a long-term process. It's a team sport. We all have to work together, and a lot of things have to be going on together in order for it to be successful. That was all right. That was it. I also want to let you all know that the TJ Ped board has approved moving to a 50 cents per capita funding formula. We'll be given the budget issues that we're all dealing with, we'll be phasing that in over the next 3 years, and our funding request for fiscal 2014 reflects that change. Finally, as of mid-September, I'm a new city resident, and so I just want to let you all know how I greatly appreciate how warmly I've been welcomed here. I started this new job in February. I had not lived in Central Virginia before, and I'm really enjoying it and would be glad to answer any questions you all have. Thank you so much. Any questions? I will consider myself very lucky if you don't.
I have one.
I'm happy to answer questions. Yes.
And you may not have it off the top of your head right now, but when you just, of course, since we just came off the budget discussion, you got to expect that my question is, at 50 cents per capita, if you could save me the math, what is that for us, and what does it compare to what we pay now?
Okay, you have been paying $12,500 since our inception in 1995.
All right.
The 50 cents per capita would be about $22,000. That's what we would ask for in 3 years. For next year, our request is $15,579, so a slight increase.
Thank you.
The way that really helps us is, the localities really, as the county administrators as a group, we're really pushing for that because some of the smaller counties were paying the exact same amount that an Albemarle County was paying, as an example.
I have a question.
Sure.
Do you work with anyone at the university?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Colette Sheehy is my treasurer.
Oh,
And then I work with Pace Lochte, and then the folks at the UVA Foundation with the research parks, and then also UVA Innovation, work with all of those groups extensively.
I just wonder if you work with any of the professors. I asked this because I was just talking with a new professor who looks at skills versus jobs.
Oh,
and
interesting.
it was a really interesting study, actually. She said it's not necessarily logical.
I think Councilwoman Galvin and I would probably both be interested in finding out who that is and learning more about it.
It's Sophie, I don't know her last name.
I don't know if you'd be able to elaborate a little bit on what we talked about during the retreat. That seems like 3 months ago now, 2 months ago. But there seemed to be this kind of epiphany of sorts that the economic development and workforce readiness need to really be hand in glove. It seems to make common sense to all of us here, but in practice it doesn't always happen.
And part of that is how the Federal Workforce Investment Act is structured. They talk a lot about business driving it, but the funding's really very narrowly defined, and you have a lot of restrictions on how you can use that money. What I was really excited about at that retreat, there was a strong focus on how can we better engage the business community and on the workforce side, and by being housed with the Thomas Jefferson Partnership, which has a strong business community, and 41 private sector companies are investing in TJPED, I think we can do a lot of good work in the months and years ahead to really better integrate the two. And as a simple example, when my vice president left to pursue other opportunities, we're going to actually replace that position with the merged position. That's someone that does workforce activity as well as economic development activities, because that's how you really get folks to focus on both, as if they're doing both.
Other comments or questions?
I'm not sure you'll want to hear what I'm about to say, because I'm going to be a bit of a wet blanket here. I appreciate all the work that you do and that TJPED does, and I don't want you to stop doing anything that you're doing. But I was and I continue to be extremely disappointed in the outcomes of that target market study. Because I know for a fact that when we entered the process, and it was well before your time, so I'm not blaming you, but when we started the process of doing that study, one of the key goals of that whole enterprise was to figure out how do we create a job base for people that are currently in low-wage, dead-end service retail sector jobs to help create the kind of job base that is going to allow them to climb the ladder and join the middle class. I know for a fact that that was a cause and an issue that was near and dear to the heart of your predecessor, and somewhere along the line that value and that focus got lost, because what ended up being the focus of the target market study were the kinds of professions that were on the screen there, which are financial services, defense, biotech. These are all valuable things, and they're all things we should be pursuing. That's why I say don't stop pursuing those. We want those kinds of businesses. But somewhere along the line, this focus on how do we create a job base, an economic base that's going to help low-income residents of our city and county and region climb the ladder got lost. And I know there was some talk about, well, these industries do have spin-off effects, and they do create some jobs that will do the kinds of things that I'm talking about. But I really hope, and I know we're going to be hearing next from Mr. Engel, but I really hope we do more as a region, and I know that TJ Ped can play an integral role in this. We do more as a region to identify opportunities to bring back some of our lost manufacturing jobs, boost the skilled trade professions, boost the kind of jobs that really can help people climb the ladder. And that's my little sermon for
And
them.
I heard you at the work session,
right.
and again, the one thing nice about being new is I can say I was new.
Again, I'm not blaming
hopefully I
you.
get a few more months out of that one. So, but I appreciate that, and again, I think that's certainly something that especially the Workforce Network's very interested in. When we talk about career ladder jobs, we're talking about career ladder jobs for everyone. So you can get on that bottom rung and start moving up, or if you're in the middle, you can continue to move up. So I hear you.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions?
Thank you all very much for your
Thanks for
time.
staying up
I
late
really
for us.
appreciate it. No problem.
Next item on the agenda is Strategic Action Team interim update.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Still Monday night.
Don't talk fast. Good morning.
Good morning yet?
I'll be quick. It's a timely update following the presentation from TJ Ped, as well as some of the other information you were hearing earlier from Leslie Beauregard with respect to the budget and some of the approaches that will be taken in terms of how lead team members are going to engage in that process this year. So I'm going to give you a quick update on the Strategic Action Team, and some of you are wondering exactly what that is. So I'll give you a little more insights into that. But you'll recall in July, we had a work session over at City Space, and the focus of that work session was job creation and job opportunities, and much of that conversation was involved the Orange Dot Report, which was released in the latter part of 2011, and that report really re-identified for the community. It's not a new problem or a new issue, but made clear the concentrations of poverty related to unemployment, underemployment, families that are not able to be self-sufficient. And our work session had quite a bit of conversation about what we could do about that, and if anything, and how we should embark upon that approach. So the conversations also realized, I think, that it's a very complex issue and difficult issue, and not one that can be solved by throwing a bunch of money at it, or even a bunch of people and starting up a new organization to solve the problem, and that maybe it required a bit of a different approach. And the action that staff took out of that work session was to create the Strategic Action Team, which consists of people from multiple departments. I think we have 11 people altogether right now. We have my office, Office of Economic Development, represented, as well as Neighborhood Development Services, Human Services, Department of Social Services, and the City Manager's Office. So we have those folks in a room one or two times a month since September. We started in September with a half-a-day session that was actually facilitated by Barbara Kessler, who's the co-chair of the Piedmont Workforce Network and also teaches workforce at the University of Virginia. She's also a city resident and is very interested and engaged in this process. She got us off on the right start by kind of grounding us in workforce and the current trends and whatnot, and got us thinking as a group and encouraged us to move along. So I think that was a helpful start. Since then, we've kind of wrestled with what our mission, our vision, our charge should be, and we've settled on a simple sentence that we hope encapsulates what we're about. And that sentence is to foster employment opportunities that move city residents towards self-sufficiency. And we don't claim that that's the greatest sentence in the world, but we think we think it captures the essence of the conversation that we were having in July. It captures some of the conversation that was just had here, and it follows along from the Orange Dot, where the Orange Dot report left off. They made some recommendations, many of which that are just kind of hanging out there, waiting for somebody to pick up. So our intent is to explore those further through some of the work that we'll be doing. We created several objectives, 3 at this point. We're trying to keep this compact, simple, fairly manageable, if you will. And those three objectives are, the first one is to identify the existing agencies, workforce development-related agencies, or organizations in the community and what they're currently doing. Some of this work was already done through work that our department was doing. Some of this work is just generally known by the folks that are on the committee. We're actually kind of compiling that for the first time in a central document that will be useful to us as we go forward. So that was kind of job number one. We're still fleshing out the details on all those, but we've kind of categorized each of the types of agencies, whether they're state or whether they're nonprofit or whether they're local, whether they're serving educational purposes or workforce purposes or economic development, and we're kind of breaking them up in a graphical chart that we'd be happy to share with you. I don't have it tonight to share, but that was kind of step one. Step two, which is the real meat of the issue, is to identify any issues, barriers to employment. What is holding people back from being able to get on a career ladder? Is it access to child care? Is it transportation? Is it soft skills? Is it basic training? Is it a GED? You know, what are these issues? And our approach is to validate and verify and not assume anything as we go into this. There are conceptions or preconceptions out there about everything, and we're not trying to assume any of those. We're kind of drilling down and saying, okay, what's the real issue here, and is there a real issue here, and if so, what can we do to address it? And that's really the third item that we'll get to, which is examining best practices, not only locally but throughout the nation, that we can identify to address these type of solutions, to create innovative solutions to these employment barriers. So in a nutshell, we've got the charge and we've got those three objectives. Our goal is to come back to you in June of 2013 with a plan, a plan that will line up under these charges and objectives, that will have some recommendations, maybe some policy recommendations, maybe a programmatic recommendation, maybe a recommendation for how the city could reorganize some of the things it's currently doing. Quite frankly, maybe some recommendations that are beyond the city itself. In most communities, these issues are tackled at various levels, oftentimes by an organization that is not a local government. Sometimes it's a nonprofit. Sometimes it's an educational group. We don't know what that's going to look like, but would suggest that you be open to hearing all of those approaches. I want to give you just a few examples of what we are exploring. And with respect to transportation, is the one we kind of dug into pretty immediately. And we've all seen the bus routes, and we've all heard the transportation consultants talk about the number of people in terms of where they live and how many people are within a quarter mile. So that's theoretically the number of people that could actually use your transit system reasonably. So we've taken that to another level and looked at employers and which employers are within that quarter mile walking distance to our existing transit line. And to my knowledge, it hasn't been done here, and so that's us being strategic and using our resources, our geographic information system, to actually run that analysis. And interestingly enough, we found that 97% of all the jobs in the city are within a quarter mile of a transit stop. So that's...
Are they walkable in a quarter mile? Like impossible to cross 29 kind of walks between?
We didn't get that far, but within,
Sorry,
it's actually something that we've talked about in terms of looking at the actual network route, whether it's a sidewalk or side of a road versus a river that you might have to cross. That's kind of another layer or two down, but the initial cut at it was to say, okay, where are the jobs and where are the bus stops? And 97%, pretty impressive. And knowing that we are part of a regional community and that our transit serves the county as well, we've done this analysis in the county, and 38% of the jobs in the county are accessible via transit. And if you smush the county and city together, roughly 60% of the jobs are accessible via transit, once again within that quarter mile walking distance that is deemed reasonable. So that's one layer of kind of analysis. Then the next layer that we actually will pursue with this data is to look at the types of jobs that are within that 60%. And we can identify the type of job, then we can pull back the skills that are needed for that type of job and start to make some judgments on that, and to see, what type of jobs are truly accessible for transit and for what type of folks with what type of backgrounds. So just some ideas that we are exploring. We're also doing this with childcare in terms of the mapping component, where we will actually map the locations of existing childcare centers, and we're also looking at cost, the various costs that are available, and kind of showing them geographically as well to the extent that we can, knowing that those are often barriers to folks actually going to work. Soft skills is another area that I mentioned, and we hear this more and more from our employers in the work that we do in terms of the skill level, in terms of basic human interaction and ability to show up on time is not what they're looking for, and there's a gap there. And so we're going to be doing some surveying of clients, both employers and clients that are in some of the Department of Social Services programs, to assess the basic levels of those skills and try and kind of dig down a little deeper on where the gaps might be. So just a couple examples of the type of work we're doing. And I can say to date, the fact that we've gotten together has been beneficial, and I think is having dividends amongst the staff that are involved, and hopefully long-term for the city. There's been a greater information exchange just amongst the various departments that are in the room for this certain purpose. We have had numerous discussions with regard to the Community Development Block Grant funding and identifying types of programs or groups that could apply, and just trying to encourage different groups to be involved in that. Previously, I think Melissa and Melissa were trying to generate that interest. Now there's 11 people in a room that have various networks and contacts that can help reach out to make more folks aware of that, and hopefully generate some really qualified and competent responses that could be useful. So just a couple of examples of that. And the one final thing I'll mention is many of you are aware of the strategic investment area, which is a defined geography just south of the downtown area, for which a consultant has been chosen and is about to get underway. We see that particular area, which coincidentally coincides precisely with the darkest orange dot, if you were to look at the orange dot report with respect to the map. We're looking at that process to kind of piggyback with them, leverage the expertise of the consultant that is going to be involved there to help us with what we're doing in this group, and also to learn about what they may recommend, but engage with the residents and the business owners and property owners in that area to help inform us as we go through this. So that is the update. As I mentioned, we plan to put together an actual plan document for your consideration sometime in June. So I'll answer any questions if you have
Is
them.
it possible for this group to follow the Orange Dot program itself?
Say that again?
Is it possible for this group to follow the Orange Dot program?
I think we'll examine it. You mean program?
Starting what you're suggesting.
The umbrella organization that would serve. Yeah. We may look at that. We may look, as we look at best practices across the country, to see if we can find it. Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation around that, and discussion as to whether it's legal or functional, or who would run it and how it would be run. I think we'll explore that a little bit more. I don't know that we'll come to a conclusion as to whether that's the best thing to do or not, or whether we'll recommend something else. But
I can add a little bit to that. I will be meeting with the two architects that were in charge of the Emerging Leaders in Architecture program that did the Green Dot investigation. There is a document that they have where they did investigate prototypes, and they did do their own GIS analysis of what was available in the area within walking distance, and they will give that to me, and I'll pass it on to you. And secondly, Lauren Pinnell from Darden is, with her graduate students, are doing a much more in-depth investigation of business models for a light industrial incubator and a light industrial cooperative, so that you're going to get more information related to best practices.
Good, that's helpful.
Other comments or questions?
I'll just sort of reiterate what I said earlier and what I said at our council retreat, which is I love everything I've heard you say, and I think the group's focusing on a lot of important things, but I just want to hear more about the supply side and what more can we be doing to not only prepare our residents and connect our residents to career ladder jobs, but what more can we be doing to create and attract and build more career ladder jobs in our community. So, and that's partly, along the lines of what you were just talking about, but
But and related to that, though, too, and Mr. Engel and I have had conversations about, for example, the biotech industry. That industry has a lot of patented equipment that is built elsewhere. If there is a critical mass in the area, they can start building it here. So there is a more profound ripple effect with some of the target industries. Then and we were talking about getting a group together to tour the Microairs manufacturing plant on Airport Road, high precision surgical equipment that's built there. Again, you need to have, the industrial job of today is not the same that our grandparents and great-grandparents worked in. They're very highly skilled. But having said that, they don't require usually more than an associate's degree or a solid certificate program. And I know Valerie Palamountain has been working at certificate programs constantly. So, but your point's well taken, definitely, is the supply side's important.
Another thing which I talked to somebody recently, for a training program for people who don't have a college education, but still be able to get training in software area, in automation data systems, to be able to provide job opportunities for people who their nurse is pointing out.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I'd just like to ask if you plan to include really talking to the residents in your strategic initiative area to further, so you sort of better understand what the barriers really are. I mean, you've identified some barriers, but they might be surprising.
Yeah, actually, and that's part of what we intend to use as we kind of piggyback onto that process. We realize that even with 11 people in the room, it's better than one, but that outreach is important, and we're gonna do that as part of.
And the document you're using did that. I mean, that was where they got a lot of that information, was through talking it to folks.
Right.
But I agree that needs to continue.
And I would hope, I would hope that particularly since you've got such a great team, your strategic team, that when you're talking about soft skills, that's where our internship initiative really, plays into that. And, we're doing so many things that do speak really to what your project is, that we just need to keep in mind to have a really holistic look, even in terms of what we're going to hear about from AHIP next meeting, where stabilizing neighborhoods goes to speaks to your initiative. I mean, it's a really a real big picture, and that's where I think we so often fail, is that there are those things you didn't even think of, that are the barriers. But anyway.
Well, it is a big picture, and it's a big issue, and I don't want to suggest we're going to solve it on June 30th of this year.
Right, no.
We're making progress. We hope to make more progress and have some more for you all to consider at that point.
Thank you. It's very exciting.
One of the measures of a successful jobs program is to create jobs. And how many jobs you can create, how many people you can train to make sure that they can take benefit from those jobs. In my mind, there's a crucial, just like I used to talk about affordable housing, how many have you built lately?
Yeah.
So that same principle should apply to our economic development efforts.
Well, we'll certainly be looking at measures in terms of all of this, and it's very difficult, but we can track the number of jobs in our community, and that number in the city has gone down, and we need to be realistic and realize that that's the case. changing that trend is going to take a while, but I think we can make some progress on it.
And can I just make one other comment, is as you were talking about collecting information and you were talking about putting it into, I can't remember what format you were talking about, but to really think about putting it into a database, and you're probably doing this, but with the idea that, as you're mapping, but as we can make this information available to the public ultimately, where the child care centers, and just in case, is to get it into a format that's flexible in how we use the information.
Yeah, we personally haven't done that yet, but we've had actually a conversation with a guy in the community that one or more of you have probably had a conversation with, James Quinn.
James Quinn.
Yeah.
And he's doing something remarkably similar in a lot of respects. So we've had several conversations about that. He seems to be interested, and maybe there's a way that we partner with them to leverage
That'd be great.
the software that they've created
Right.
And input our data and make it useful.
Right. It should be in the same format with our GIS, which I'm sure it is. I mean, it's not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is a 909 East Market Street acquisition. Mike Murphy.
Poor Mr. Murphy.
You need a cup of coffee, Mr.
No.
Murphy?
I don't know if one will do. We did advertise this for December 3rd, right?
Right.
All right, well, I'm here to talk with you all about 909 East Market Street, which the city has rented in some form or fashion for 13 years now. And about 4 years ago, my department came together with a program at Social Services and merged two different foster family programs. And at that time, or shortly thereafter, we began to rent the entire building from Mr. Benton Downer. Now, for the rate that we pay in rent at that building, which exceeds $6,000 a month, and the purchase price of that facility, we're in a place where basically we pay enough rent that we could buy the building outright after 9 years. And so since my department is really a fee-for-service department in great part, it's already in part of our budget to generate fees, and we can certainly sustain the building from a maintenance perspective. We have the dollars on hand in our fund balance to acquire this property, and so we're here today to ask council to approve that purchase.
Could you, for benefit of the public, indicate what the building will be used for?
Sure. So, as I said before, Community Attention traditionally operated a program called Family Group Homes, and the Department of Social Services in the city, Albemarle County, and Greene County operated a program called Tri-Area Foster Families. And in 2008, we began to merge those two programs. In 2009, formalize that into one program called Community Attention Foster Families. So as of today, we have 84 children who are in the custody of the Department of Social Services, where we recruit, maintain, study, and provide the support for foster families.
And so
So there's 14 staff people who work in that program in that building today.
and the social services departments in those other counties pay you per kid, right?
Right.
For the
So
services that you
it's,
provide.
by the agreement, when we agreed to take over the management of that, there's no straight local appropriation that goes into Community Attention Foster Families, and it's all vended through the Comprehensive Services Act.
Any questions? If not, there is a motion.
I'll make a
Mr.
motion.
Mayor, there are actually two actions tonight.
Okay.
One is to approve the purchase agreement, that's a one-reading resolution, and the second action is the first reading on an appropriation.
Let's
to
move on
fund
to time.
purpose.
So I will make a motion that we approve the proposed purchase agreement.
Is there a second to that?
Second?
In discussion? If not, vote.
And I will move that we approve the resolution and appropriation.
Here is the first reading.
Second.
Okay.
Was it
Thank you
worth
very
staying
much.
up late?
I believe you'll want me to speak about the item that Ms. Smith brought.
Oh, okay. Oh,
We'll be coming to that very
doing
soon.
that one too?
I think there's one other between you. Yeah? No, that's it.
Just that, we have item number
Yep.
M.
M, right.
Could you now discuss item M on consent agenda?
Yeah, and the reason I asked for it to be hold was I'm sort of to get, first of all, I think the public should hear it. It seems like a kind of a big move, particularly given the attention ABRT got during our last budget session. But I also have some questions. So particularly in dissolving the CCF, what happens this year compared to what we've been doing?
Right. So, just brief recap for you all and those who are awake at home. About a year and a half ago, county staff and Board of Supervisors decided that beginning July 1 of 2013, fiscal 14, that they would not be financially supporting the Commission on Children and Families any longer. That was mentioned during the budget work session, I believe it was March 29th, and council at that time said that they felt like some of the functions at the commission currently serves are extremely important, and that they'd like to see the current staff person associated with the commission, Ms. Ellis, become a part of the city staff. And so what you're seeing here today is really something that would bring that into reality. Now, the agency budget review process has been going on really over the last 3 or 4 months, and the final meeting where all 4 teams come together is actually next week. And then after that time, there is a considerable amount of energy that comes from Gretchen and then local government staff. Some folks from the county, Ron White and Brian Elliott, although Brian's retiring, and then myself, Ryan Davidson, Leslie Beauregard, working with Miss Ellis. So what you're looking at here would bring Miss Ellis over onto the city staff in the first of the year. She would certainly conclude that work of this year's ABRT process, and we'd talk about what duties we have going forward, which would certainly include ABRT. And should the county decide to continue to evaluate community agencies in the same way with the agency budget review team process, which has been one joint application for City County United Way for many years now. So I'm sure our nonprofit community would love to see that continue to happen. Then it's already been discussed many times with the county executive's office, and we've presented them with an estimate of the staff time and what we would need to charge for that. So we don't know that there's a corresponding revenue for that yet, but we do know what our total cost would be to go forward in taking on that position.
But it's still funded as was budgeted through this fiscal year?
It will be
With the county
funded in that way through this calendar year.
Oh, through the calendar.
And then, so we will be realizing a half of year's savings by bringing Ms. Ellis over here, and so that would just translate into her position here. In addition, there was a fund balance for the Commission on Children and Families, which will be transferring over. And so that will, in effect, it's my understanding from Leslie, will be, we don't need any additional dollars to make it through FY13.
So the change in her, Ms. Ellis's duties comes at the January 1st? Or no?
Yes. That's correct. Absolutely.
So is that a new position? I mean, is this a new position with slightly different? This is one of my concerns.
Sure.
Is if this is a new position, and I heard, and I read, that she might be in charge of P3, and I'm just wondering how different a position it is, and really, it sounds pretty important. And should we just roll it over, or should we sit back and really talk about what we want this position to do and the skills that are needed to do it.
Right.
I mean, that is absolutely no disrespect to anybody, because I don't know.
Sure. What I would say is that, we clearly are responding to what we feel like we heard from council in the work session in March. There's a strong emphasis on human services planning. Obviously, if Ms. Ellis was to come on board, the agency budget review team process. We've presented to you about ABRT, and council has expressed a desire to have a needs assessment done. We would use those staff resources to conduct the needs assessment rather than hire a consultant to do that, and we've already ballparked that at $30,000 if we use a consultant instead. And then in addition, we're doing other things with youth council that are coming forward. We're advancing P3, and certainly with the emphasis on ABRT over the years on outcome measures, that fits neatly. And so while Ms. Ellis would be located in my department, certainly there'd be some sharing with budget and performance management to help make that happen. But you're completely correct in that it would be a new position and that a job description had to be created, and it certainly adds to the FTE count.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions. How much rent was the county charging for the office where she was before?
I think our share of it was like $24,000 a year.
It's $48,000.
Yeah, I think it's $48,000 in total, so our
So
half,
$2,000 a month
just for our half.
for our half.
Yeah,
And so what will it cost to house her here?
we're not charging for that. We own
But I
the
mean,
building
when
that
you-
I'll be putting her in.
You own the building, so that's not the building that you're paying.
No.
You don't own it like since the last 10 minutes.
No, this is the original boys' home from the 70s where my
Okay.
office
All
is,
right.
yeah.
So it's going to be a considerable savings that we'll have on the housing part of this.
Yeah, I'd need to look at what the current appropriation is for the city, but I think that it was in the area of $87,000 in the year, and we believe that the total cost for the position would be about $108,000 for my department. I'd have to pull that. But there could be some corresponding revenues, of course, either from grants or if she was to manage the ABRT process and we took in monies from the county.
So it's about 20% more for twice as much person, basically.
Right.
And I will say that Ms. Ellis is a grant writing machine, so I'm expecting that we'll generate more revenue than she costs in the course of some time. But I was wondering, this is kind of going to the second part of what we're deciding with this, but I would really hope that as we dissolve, actually, I guess it's the first part, as we dissolve the commission, and I know it's sort of a fait accompli, the county's already done it, it's not like we could not dissolve the commission at this point, but that we add to our resolution dissolving the commission, that we extend our appreciation and gratitude to the members of that commission and the youth council as well for all of their work to support children and families in the community. I think that's a valuable body that we're losing, and I'm glad that we're starting our own youth council, because that's going to kind of fill some of that role in the city. But to have a council of folks whose job it is to kind of watch out for the kids and families in our community is a valuable
So is
thing.
it part of your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor to adopt this idea with the thanks to the
Well, this first
commission?
part is just to dissolve the commission, right? Oh, that was actually the second part. That's
Yeah, which is,
the resolution.
doesn't matter what order we do them.
So I will make a motion that we dissolve the Commission of Children and Families with that language, as expressing our gratitude and thanks. Well, gratitude is thanks.
Is there a second to that? Is there a second to that?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. Over the years, the commission has done a lot more than just the ABRT process. And in some years it's done more, and some years it's had resources to do less. But I think there is value in bringing all these agencies and individuals together. And what is the argument for why we shouldn't continue having our own Charlottesville Commission on Children and Families? I mean,
I think it's a great
It's more like an advisory body?
It is actually something that we're working on right
Oh,
now.
okay.
Yeah, we've had
Okay.
conversations with Ms. Ellis about that, and
Okay.
we're certainly open to doing that type of thing, whether it's called a children's council or something like that. Have been looking into that as a
That's
possibility.
When I was planning director, we used to have one for the city alone. That's how this thing evolved.
Right.
We're coming back to the same. Any other questions on this motion? If not, vote. Do we need another motion? Okay.
I'll let
So-
somebody else make the next one.
Mr. Torres, are you ready to make a motion?
Sure. This is for the actual...
Transfer of the dollars.
Transfer
Creation of the
Yes,
position.
yes, I move that.
Is there a second to the motion?
I
Second.
move the appropriation of funds for the Human Services Planner, $63,760.
And Kathy has seconded that. Any discussion on that?
It's the first reading, right? Yeah.
Oh.
Any discussion? If not, vote.
It's first reading.
Oh, sorry, it's first reading. Okay, thank you very
I
much.
would like just to be kept abreast of how this is all changing and what the roles are and,
What that planning process is.
yeah, what this is, because this is a new position, and I think that's important
Okay.
that we
Please keep maybe give us a report quarterly or every 6 months or something.
We can do that.
Thank
Yes.
you
Okay.
for
Thank
staying
you
up so
very
late.
much.
Thank you.
And we got you out today.
We have one more opportunity for public to participate. If anybody would like to speak on any topic, please come forward.
before the parking lot closes.
Yeah, we've got 15 minutes.
Oh, my gosh,
forward.
that's right.
You still park in the parking lot?
I had to, I was running late.
Hello. Hi. My name is Donna Carty. I live at 802 6th Street Southeast. I sent you all a letter regarding the last meeting. I got one reply. First thing I wanted to say is I'm rather disappointed that I only got one reply. Thank you. Second, I don't want to discount your experience with poverty, but what I do want to point out is that in looking at behaviors such as vulgar language or what might be considered threatening, people are very different and very subjective in what they think and whether they're going to report it or not. I mean, I would have a really hard time if I tried to convince somebody that I was menacing them. It's just not going to be easy with my voice and with my gray hair and all. On the other hand, Mr. Brown, all he would have to say is, hey, and someone might decide they've been menaced. So I think that criminalizing any sort of behavior like that, it's bound to be enforced here, not enforced there, depending on who we're talking about. Third, I want to point out to you guys, and I'm very, very proud of this, have you all noticed what Occupy New York has been doing? And what a great job they've been doing with taking care of the people in New York. Have you seen the stories? The agencies have been coming to them because they did the best job. They had the best network. Well, I think you saw in last week's council meeting that the Occupy network in Charlottesville is still very alive and well and active. And I would like to suggest that we were doing a pretty good job with the homeless when we had that park. Maybe that would be something you could task us with, to try and work out a way to deal with the homeless other than criminalizing them. Let's see. I wanted to say something about what the guy who just spoke was talking about, guy in the dark suit with the jobs program. I think you have to remember that if people are to climb a career ladder, they have to be interested enough in that job. And so I found it very interesting that among all the information he's gathering, he hasn't asked the people who don't have the jobs what kind of jobs they want, what kind of jobs they would be interested in enough to put in the work and to develop their skills to move on up the ladder. Okay? I found it very interesting, and nobody asked the people who were without the jobs that. And last of all, I just want to make my statement about the mall. The mall is for all. It may be in the North Downtown neighborhood, but it's not the North Downtown's mall. It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be for all Charlottesville, and it has the potential to be a crossroads where all the different communities come together and interact with each other. And I think we could do a lot more in encouraging that, encouraging people from Fifeville spend time on the mall. I'm sorry, they aren't going to spend a whole lot of money in the stores that are there now. They can't afford a lot of the stores that are there now. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't encourage them to come there. Same applies to the folks of the Woolen Mill neighborhood and to my own Belmont. Oh, we could use a hardware store. All these people, you know, the houses they're fixing up.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay. That's,
Thank you for
I
coming.
managed to get it all in.
You did. Anybody else would like to speak?
I'll just make this real quick.
Your name, please.
Late at night.
Your name, please.
Oh, yes. Scott Bandy, Cherry Avenue.
Thank you.
And late at night, when some of us suffer insomnia, I've been very fortunate to see out my front door along Cherry Avenue a fox and 2 deer. And this is like about between 2 and 3 in the morning, when the insomnia is really stoked up. I just
the
wanted
albino deer?
now the reason
There. It's in our neighborhood.
I contribute what's going on up at Ragged Mountain, why the deer and the fox and a lot of the wildlife is coming to visit us city folks. Aside from that, I wanted to send a thank you to whoever. It might be Public Works, it might be VDOT, I don't know who. But I've definitely noticed 2 signs. One after you cross the JPA Bridge from the old Virginia Chicken Place, and the other one in front of Chipotle's at the Barracks Road Shopping Center. These Deer Ink signs, and that has saved a lot of people a lot of unnecessary grief. I think it's widened their eyes to keep a lookout for our fuzzy nature friends.
Thank you.
Good night.
Anybody else would like to speak?
Real quickly about behaviors that Mr. Norris was talking about. I know that you all have access to the Charlottesville Police Department stats about the downtown mall so far from January 1 to June 19. And in several categories, I've seen some behavioral type issues under calls for service and under arrests that have been quite significantly decreased. The ones that really stood out to me at almost 50% decrease: drunkenness, drunken public for calls for service. Under arrests, I've seen a significant decrease in public swearing or intoxication. So something is going on, something is working. I know part of it has to be the supportive housing with the crossings, but I think that, you know, it's a trend that you all were talking about, and I was glad to see that when I looked it up on this website, and thank you for the police department for, you know, having these stats available and in a very easy and understandable format for people like me. Thank you.
Thank you for looking them up and telling us.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak? If not, we are adjourned.